As I begin recording. So, in the last few D&D sessions, you arrived at Itzel, this resort town for the wealthy and noble castes. You parked and spoke to Talali about resting, relaxing, and the arena fight organised by Varesh, and Varesh's reputation apparently preceded her. You made it to the resort where Varesh was waiting in an ensuite, and you had an hour to strategize before the fight. Varesh led you to a secret entrance in an underground cavern where the arena, where you found the arena, and it could apparently change its shape throughout the course of the fights. You also asked not to kill your opponent, as these creatures are very, very valuable. Mistress Zanzil, the owner, wanted a show for the audience, and you also found out Varesh's previous team performed very poorly, causing reputational damage to her. As you all teleported into the arena shifted, and your first opponent was introduced. Tetoa, the crawling hulk, a massive hermit crab using a wrecked hull as its shell. You managed to defeat Tetoa, and had a half-hour break before the next fight, which introduced Jaga Keng, a massive silver-furred ape from the Ioshan rainforest. You summarily humiliated and defeated Jaga Keng by using his family jewels as a pair of speedballs. Your next fight was against a trio of allosaurs, Atl, Ottel, and Kotl, the terrible trio. The arena shifted again into a maze, forcing you to find each other lest your allies be cornered by the pack tactics of these creatures. Thanks to Liska's ability to lock down opponents, some distractions from Grunker, the navigational skills of Angus, and a fabulous show of beast mastery from Vellum, you managed to either knock them out or make them submit to you, defeating them in the process. For the last fight, you went up against Dharma Crag, the Obsidian Jaw, a massive Dunkleosteus. The arena flooded with water and shifted once more. However, Angus had other plans and shifted the entirety of the arena's water in a sort of parting of the Red Sea moment. He used his control water to create a trench, effectively beaching the giant armoured fish. But after beating on an immobile fish became dull and boring, he switched it up to a whirlpool. Control water, effectively winning the fight before it started, and thus the Hammer Strike became Varesh's first team to beat the Crescent Crucible, to much applause and fanfare, and some frustrated nobles who mistakenly bet against you. You were given your winnings, and in some quiet moments after, Madame Zanzil, the host of the Crucible and owner of the Crescent Falls Resort, was invited by Angus to a fancy beachside feast later tomorrow night. Angus, also playing the loyal wingman to Vellum, thought it fit to set up a date, sort of a non-date date between Vellum and Varesh, under the guise of acquiring decorations and clothes for the feast. You returned to your ensuite, where here at the resort, and Dejar had a very heart-to-heart talk with Vellum and Angus about some things that have been on her mind for quite some time, as well as her deal made with Aja before you all left Dune Hollow. And as talks settled, Varesh arrived with a platter of home-baked goods to celebrate your victory, and Angus and Sayun ventured off to try out this unusual so-called chocolate therapy. You return now, as you're both finishing up your chocolate therapy session. Where is it? Here we go.
Oh. You know, the bitterness of it isn't so bad once you get used to it. Yep.
It's not really my kind of bitterness.
Well, You're not supposed to eat it, but that hasn't stopped me in the past with anything.
I'm pretty sure you could eat a rock and still perform a taste test.
Don't tell Gronka, he'll get scared.
I would almost dare you to bite into him.
What?
I think I'll save that for another day. Before it gets too late and the markets close up. The rest of the lads said they'd be there. I wanted to buy a couple of things and get some ingredients ready for dinner tonight. How about we swing by over the markets and see what we can find?
That does sound like a really good idea. Because
Maybe
I'll
we
be
can find
honest,
the
if
others
I
too.
stay here any longer, I am going to fall asleep.
I think I already did.
You did.
Right?
You snored.
Oh, it was a good sleep. Well, slaps his leg as he gets up. Let's meander over and find the rest.
Okay, so as you, hang on. Yes, as you all kind of finish up, the therapist returns, removes the mixture using these warm damp towels. You're given this sort of gentle massage using cocoa butter based lotion or oil, which helps to sort of lock in the moisture, leaves the skin feeling soft and supple. And there's also a few sort of tougher knots in the back, which are eventually sort of worked out with a few satisfying pops. But by the end of the session, your skin is left hydrated, with sort of increased elasticity, and a sort of reduction in the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. Your cheeks and nose and head, Angus, look a lot rosier. Additionally, there's sort of these rich antioxidants found in the chocolates help to protect the skin from fine damage, while the sort of caffeine content helps to stimulate circulation and reduce the appearance of cellulite. But you are both handed your bathrobes and your equipment is returned to you.
So you're saying he's even more rosy red and blushed than usual?
Indeed.
Positively glowing. Alright, away we go.
So, I believe you all wanted to head out and gather a few items. We could probably skim over that, unless there's any role play that you guys want to do.
Did have something with Liska, if that's okay.
Yep,
It won't
by
be
all
too
means.
long. So, by this point, they've been out and about for a while, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
And as they are just waltzing through the street, Vellum will pipe up, almost out of the blue. Liska, I know I try to do this as little as possible, but can I pick your brain? Benefit of the wisdom of a long lifespan.
Sure.
Ever since the Morbog, everything's like it's flying by. I'm realizing now that there's been things I've been meaning to do and wanting to do, and it feels like there's not enough time for anything, and I'm missing out on all the opportunities that I could be making the most of. You have any idea how to... He sort of just struggles with the words for a moment, like he's even just staring off into space and hands just articulating to try and, as if he's trying to grab the words. Do you know how to, like, make that not happen? Okay, trade ton. Never find the right words.
Yeah, they're kind of walking, moving through the crowd. This is
Keep
like
moving.
one of the few times Liska isn't the biggest thing on the road. And so she gets to, enjoy the novelty of having to stand aside for something even larger than her walking through. And, as they're kind of off to the side, fucking huge brontosaurus going by, just kind of like thinks for a second. Well, you say that time seems to be flying by quickly, yes?
Yeah.
Well, and before you were kidnapped and whatnot, it was fine.
Kind of. I mean, I was keeping pace with the things I wanted out of life. I mean, it'd been harder than it was back home, but back home I had empty days and work was the only thing that kept me preoccupied. But yeah, after Morbog it just kind of slipped away.
Well, from what you have said, some bad things happened while you were in the Mordbog. And I've heard this happen before with individuals in the Legion, that just something happens in battle or some traumatic event and they find that they kind of lose their sense of time, like they kind of lose their grasp on time. Like there's points where they are just sort of checked out between, and they're like, oh, all these hours have passed and nothing is, like I have done nothing. Is that kind of what it seems like?
Almost. I mean, for example, before what happened, I had a couple of projects on the go, things that I was going to be doing next once we got out of there. But they'd completely just gone. And it's only until the fighting took place in the arena just earlier, but that I actually noticed that I'd forgotten. Like my work matters so much to me, so it's wrong that I've forgotten things like that. That I've forgotten important projects.
Yeah. It sounds to me, and again, take this as you see fit, but it sounds to me like you are kind of trying to deal with the I use the term battle as kind of as not actual battle, like sometimes you have battle in mind. It seems like you are still trying to recover from wounds of mind battle that you had with Mortitex.
There's a brief shudder as the name is mentioned. Yeah, that you might be onto something there.
Like she did a lot of bad things. Like it takes months for a bone to heal. Why not the kind of damage that she did?
I don't know what to do. Recovery is one thing. Just wait it out and it'll heal itself, but
That is not true.
ain't that some old phrase, time heals all wounds or some nonsense?
That is stupid. That is bad phrase. Time does not heal all wounds. Taking care of wounds, putting forth effort to help them heal, heals wounds. I can break your arm, leave it as it is hanging, and it may heal, but it will not heal in the way that you can use your arm, yes? You have to splint the bone, reset it, take care of it, don't use it, when you don't have to. Time heals all wounds, yes, but it does it very badly.
I guess I'm just worried that I'll forget something else important, or I'll miss opportunities that I can't afford to.
I mean, it happens all the time, even before that. You know, like, nobody has perfect memory. Everybody is a human being. Sometimes we get distracted by something. Sometimes we get distracted by big thing, like Morbog. It affected all of us. It's just, there's no shame in having it affect you so deeply. Something very bad happens. And I'm glad we were able to save you. I'm glad you're still here, you're still alive. If you need help with anything, if you wish to talk, if you wish someone to help, and she kind of like puts her hands up and mimics like pulling something, like reset the bone in your head, then I am here to talk. But just, it will take time. It will take time and effort, and
Well, I appreciate that. I'll admit it. I have noticed that you're still the first port of call with a lot of people on talking, and I don't know. I guess I don't like bothering you as much.
Iska just kind of shrugs. It's like, I don't know, something about all these very young races talking to demons. They think that we have all this wisdom for extra years. I mean, I do, but it's not. It is a stereotype that you should perhaps not talk into. You are lucky. I am such a good person. She says this all with like a very like playful smile.
I'll definitely keep that in mind then.
Oh, also, speaking about Ports in the Storm, what is going on with you and Varesh?
What do you mean?
Angus, for some reason, is really pushing for you two to be together, like she is a married woman. Dylan? Like, is there something I miss, or is Angus just being
just
weird?
a pause. He's just staring at, like, the pieces are you can see the pieces falling into place in his head. So that's why he's been so fucking weird.
Oh, if this was not your plan?
No, I had no idea who was fucking doing it. I mean, she's a good-looking woman, and I don't know how or why I didn't ask, but she's not married anymore, from what I can glean. But even then, like, I didn't really...
Question, Jenner. Does she not have a ring on anymore?
Last time Vellum saw Varesh, she didn't have her wedding ring on.
I mean,
actually
besides the
pretty
obvious, the
miraculous.
behavior was all there.
mentioned-
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Sorry.
Vellum, or Liska, hearing that.
Sorry, real quick. Monsieur Bones, you are super quiet. If you're trying to say
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
you are not heard.
Oh, am I quiet?
Very,
Yep.
Oh boy. All right. How about, is this better?
Yes.
very much.
Got
Thank
a
you.
little closer, turned up my game. I was saying, Janner made a note that when she met with the party, she had mentioned that her husband was either passed or divorced, and she was not wearing a ring, and everyone noted it.
She didn't say anything about her husband beyond that little quip when you were when you sort of met her in the ensuite, and she was talking about that she used to bring her husband here to Itzel every year.
A lot of this is what Vellum has been piecing together with various insight checks.
Yeah. So upon that, Liska's just like, oh, okay. So you are not interested?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't thought about that in a long time, Liska.
I mean, really?
Just,
It seems like you think about it a lot with Sal.
I feel like I am missing a lot of things everyone else is picking up on. First, this Angus thing, and what's Why? What makes you think that?
Think what about Angus or about how you always make Google Eyes itself?
Fuck a Google Eyes.
This guy brings her hands underneath her chin and just like bats her eyes. Google Eyes.
Is that another one of them weird trade tongue phrases?
Sure, and she swaps over to demon. It's like, you're always looking at her lustfully.
I didn't realize. Do you know if anyone else has noticed that? I do not want to be looking suspect here. It's like his whole demeanor suddenly shifts. He's like talking lower. He's just.
Liska just laughs and shakes her head. She's just like, oh, Vellum, you are so stupid.
In fairness, I've had a lot on my plate, and like I said, I haven't thought about that kind of thing in a long time.
This is fine. That is fine. Just be more aware, I guess. That's why I stepped in for all those women trying to get your attention, because you were with Sal. I was like, he's taken.
Yeah, that was a little sudden. I appreciate it. I mean, I was about to politely refuse, but I know them sorts of folk can be very pushy. Money has a way of making people entitled.
Yeah,
So I appreciate
sometimes, yeah, I do what I can. It's just, and she kind of like, once again, kind of looks off like she's kind of looking back into the past. Like, just be aware that if anything were to develop, not saying it is, not saying it's on purpose, but in case anything were to develop, inter-party relations can end badly for everybody involved.
Yeah, I remember some old stories. Fraternizing, I think the word was. Can be tricky.
It's just be aware that emotions can get even the best of us in life or death situations. And sometimes when you have been in life or death situations with certain people, gratitude can start looking like something else.
Well, I may not be. I may be an idiot. He sort of gives her a little wry look, but I know well enough when it comes to people, if that makes sense.
Okay. Just trying to warn your friends. You should, like,
No,
pat them on
I
the back.
appreciate it. I mean, I didn't even realize I was doing half the shit you just said I was doing. And it has given me a lot to be mindful of going forward.
Well, I'm glad we could have this discussion. I've been worried about you for a while. Since the Mordbug, actually.
Well, hopefully, after this trip, some downtime, some relaxation, all the weird services they offer here, I'll give you less reason to worry.
She just kind of like, you can tell she doesn't want to say like this next bit. It's like, how do you feel about the people going missing?
I don't like it, obviously. But if there's anything I've learned being on the road with you lot, all the shit we end up getting into, sometimes you need to let people handle their own affairs. I mean, we could just waltz down there, offer our services, be big old heroes, and deal with fuck knows what is on that up by those pools, but This is a very well-funded place with all sorts of magically geared up guards, or probably something like that. And they are fucking dinosaurs, for crying out loud. So I'd like to think that maybe we can just enjoy our time. And if it's still a problem after like a day or so, maybe we can at least offer. But I have too much. There's just so much going on.
It's understandable. I just thought I would bring it up since at least Varesh seems to be very mindful of it. Anyway, let's go to... What was that one place that we were going to?
I'll be honest, I do not remember anything before this conversation. My mind might have done a few flips.
It's right. We'll figure it out.
Let's just follow Vladimir. She's run off somewhere.
Vladimir!
And with that, you kind of continue through.
Ooh, a stall! Runs off.
Yep.
Alrighty,
Look at the
thanks,
pretty creatures in the cages.
Don't put your hands near him.
Even sort of coming upon the night time here in Itzel, the streets are bustling with all sorts with all people of all kinds from across the dynasty. You smell the smells of delicious street food wafting through the air. Sounds of live music fills the air. You notice various street vendors selling all sorts of trinkets, from sort of handcrafted jewellery to intricate sculptures, all with this sort of unique Tansian flair. As you make your way down the main street, you see these brightly lit storefronts kind of beckoning you inside. You pass by a small boutique selling these beautifully embroidered clothing pieces, and various shops specialising in exotic teas and spices from all over the continent. The vibrant energy of the city continues to sort of draw you in. You hear sounds of traditional music emanating from a nearby square. As you approach, you see a group of locals performing this lively dance, accompanied by the beat of drums and the twang of stringed instruments. It's kind of you see them dressed in these colourful feathers, leather garments adorned with intricate patterns and designs. One of them's playing a drum, while the others playing this sort of hand-carved wooden flute. The third is dancing with this impressive level of agility and grace. And as the music and dance continues, more and more people sort of gathering around the performers. Some are clapping along with the music, while others are just simply watching in awe. The performers themselves seem to be lost in the moment, just completely absorbed in their craft. It's at that point that you notice a group of local guards approach the performers, and the crowd sort of begins to murmur nervously. One of the guards steps forward, begins to sort of speak in hushed tones with the performers in a sort of hushed but stern tone. You can't make out exactly what's being said here. You do get the sense that he's this Zikazel guard, as you now know them, is has some sort of concern. But the performers seem fairly unfazed by the guard's presence, and they sort of continue playing their music and dance, seemingly oblivious to the tension that's sort of beginning to build around them. Vellum. Actually, both of you, I'd like you to make perception checks.
Oh, okay.
Two 19s, okay.
Spider mind meld.
They're in sync.
Together, we have a single brain cell.
Yes. You do hear sort of portions of the conversation. The guard seems to be asking the performer if they've seen anyone suspicious looking around town. The performer sort of hesitates for a moment before responding. We did see a group of travellers that seemed out of place. The guard sort of leans in closer, asking for more details.
Quick, hide behind the dinosaurs. That was a joke, by the way. Don't
if I stand
actually hide behind the dinosaurs.
If I stand completely still, you can't see me.
The performers, that one performer is describing these travellers as a group of individuals dressed in dark leathers who were trying to keep a low profile. You hear some murmuring, and the performer makes a gesture to his shoulder, and then splays his hand, keeping his 3 fingers together while splaying his pinky and thumb, and sort of kind of placed against his shoulder. The guard nods, looks concerned, and asks the performer if they saw which direction the travellers went.
On my shoulder!
What the fuck?
Oh, God damn it!
What? That came. What? Gababo? What's going on? You okay, buddy?
Got it. So, please no soundboards while the game is running.
This is
No.
why it's usually disabled.
Did you really just spam gay porn soundboards at us?
Fuck's sake.
Did you just hit me with the gacha-gasm?
My immersion.
I just heard shoulder and I was like, oh, sweet.
Why do you even open the soundboard again in this channel, Jenner?
God, I don't know why.
Just keep it off from now on, I think. Save
No.
bet.
No drunker, bad drunker. So,
He's crazy on chocolate bath.
so,
Oh no.
so back into the game. So, the guard.
Janet, did you actually disable it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the button is still there.
I mean, yeah, but you're not able to play any sounds.
Don't test. Let's just continue.
So the guard nods, kind of looks concerned, and asks the performer if they saw which direction the travellers went. The performer kind of shakes his head, saying that they've lost sight of them after they left the main road. The guard thanks the performer for the information, quickly walks away, his hand resting on the hilt of his macro pistol. As he leaves the play, the performers can sense tension in the air, but gradually they continue on with their performance. Once more, the crowd seems to very quickly forget about this whole ordeal.
Upon seeing that and somehow sensing that her and Vellum heard the same things, is going to kind of use the earring, since it's very obvious when she leans down to talk to Vellum, and just be like, there's members of the Black Hands here?
Fucking hope not. Let's just hope we don't run into them. That's not a barrel of snakes I want to open.
Well, I think at least we know a potential something of disappearing individuals. Okay. Wow. Amazing.
You know what? Fuck them. We are here to relax, and if they show up, then we can just throw hands or something. I don't know. But I am not going to think about it right now. I am going to shop. I wonder if there's any scorpions.
Scorpions?
Oh, yeah, I had a recipe in mind for tomorrow. Might need to try and find some. I could always look with Razmund.
Sure. We'd have fun.
I fucking hate the way you said that. Yeah, have fun.
So,
Liska is Liska.
Liska is Liska, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
we'll come back to you two. Would anyone else like to do anything? I believe we had a thing planned out.
There is a schedule.
I think so.
Yeah, I was pretty much done, so I'm good until my next allotment of time on the schedule, which is further down.
Okay.
I imagine perhaps at this time now, the two of us would be meeting back up, coming into the market.
Sayun and Angus coming into the market. Yeah. All right. So you, as Sayun and Angus make their way into the market, it's again you see you experience this vibrant nightlife of Itzel, a city that apparently never sleeps, the playground of the wealthy. As you both kind of meet each other while searching around for potential ingredients for this feast.
No, this tomato's not ripe enough. No, that one's too ripe. No, that's about right.
Would you just make a decision already? You see this very frustrated vendor.
Right, fine, okay, I'll take this one and that one and I'll take those. There you go.
Very well. Nice doing business with you. It's a very, very frustrated voice.
This sarcasm.
You too.
I love the idea. It's like, no, this one's not right. No, this one's too right. This one's too perfect. I don't like it.
It's too perfect. It's uncanny. Is it painted?
No, it is not painted. What do you take me for?
Alright, fair enough.
So I was just shaking her head in the background, just.
Okay, well I got my ingredients.
You know, one of these days, one of those shop stalls are gonna have the owner come out and beat you.
Good fucking try, I'll shit their pants.
Next time, try not to be so verbal about the imperfections.
Or maybe next time they shouldn't have imperfect products.
I know you dwarves are perfectionists, but really,
Yes. It's not my fault that he has products worthy of being judged.
Hey, I heard that.
Well, it's true. That's why I spent so long here. You already have my coin.
And he
no,
just
one of these days
continues.
they're gonna charge you extra just because you're like this.
It's the secret. I'm a little bit of a twat and I come back and apologise and get a better deal.
There's just visible eye rolling.
Yep, right.
So you sigh to yourself, Sayun, and continue down the street. You start seeing about a few hundred feet off down the main road of the moonlit terrace. What looks like this bright sort of beacon of orange firelight, surrounded by many crowds. You hear the sound of what sounds like loud drumming.
Ooh, the sounds of music. Look at that! Good man above the crowds. Was that Liska?
I was just idly looking slightly above where Liska's eye level would be.
And you do indeed see, kind of very, very much standing out from the crowds, is this tall, gunmetal blue mounted folk woman. Very familiar.
There she is.
It's very hard to
Alright,
miss
off
her.
we go.
As you all
As he
see
waddles
Vellum,
away.
Vellum, Sayan, Liska, and Angus, you all sort of meet up with each other here in the centre of the Moonlit Markets. Sound of this sort of rhythmic drum beat off in the distance, growing louder and louder. And it appears to be approaching.
How'd your chocolate
Hello.
thing go?
Look at my rosy and flushed complexion.
I thought you just got sunburned.
I probably did.
It's either the chocolate he
Chocolate
had on
ones?
his face. Yes. It was interesting.
Feels like a waste of food to me, but oh well.
It's not really meant for eating, even though Angus here decided to sneak peek.
Tickles a vibe.
Well, that disturbing mental image aside, what has everyone got planned for the rest of the day then?
Beach dinner.
I'm probably gonna stick around the market here for a bit. See about a few things. Maybe come back tomorrow.
I thought the beach cooking was tomorrow, Angus.
Doesn't mean I can't have dinner tonight too.
No, fair enough. Because I misunderstood that one.
You know he's gonna practice his cooking before he serves.
That's fair enough. I got I'm gonna give a couple of these the treatments a try. Maybe a massage and see what the dream therapy lark is like.
Oh. I was thinking about the dream therapies too. I've got some things I've been curious about.
I will just stick with a scented bath.
I'll go for the hot springs as well. See how the evening plays out.
You two seen anything interesting?
As you say that,
Oh no.
you're noticing that there's many residents of Itzel here that are kind of inhabiting the Moonlit Markets are sort of gathering along this main street. They appear to be sort of parting ways down the middle of the street here. They seem to be eagerly awaiting something for something to arrive. It's your perception is based on sight, so never mind.
Well, no, am I gonna spoil the surprise?
I mean, we're probably gonna wait and see what it is anyway. If it's
But you kind of wait for a moment to see what's going to arrive here. The air seems to be, from what you can smell, it's filled with this sweet scent of flowers. And as you kind of look further down the street, you can see what looks like these colourful decorations adorning the buildings along the way as you kind of wander further down the street. You can see that locals are excitedly greeting each other and sort of looking down the street, and that faint drumming sound can be heard in the distance. As you approach, the sound becomes louder, and you see, you're the first one to see it, Soyun, what appears to be a colourful procession approaching, consisting of Itzel residents riding on dinosaurs that are adorned with these bright decorations and these long, oversized beaded necklaces.
Seems like there's a parade coming.
a lot of liveliness to this place, at least.
can see that the riders are tossing flowers and candy to the local crowds, who are cheering and waving in response. The drumming music is loud and rhythmic, just filling the air with festive energy. You see some of the riders are dressed in this traditional Itzel clothing, while others are more... here we go. Others wear more elaborate outfits decorated with feathers, gold jewellery and other ornamental items. You notice a few banners among the crowds, adorned with various small sort of straw fetishes, brightly adorned with skulls and flowers. From your perspective, Angus, it very much appears that these are banners and crests of various noble houses, particularly those that see the value in the arts.
You know, this is a very similar type of, I might even say, procession that we would have both in Mountain Home as well as Doonhall. There would be the fancy noble houses of the age that would come along, and they'd go about, especially during festival times. And for us, it was more of a celebration of the guilds and the clan crafts, appreciation of arts and the likes. So it might be something similar. What's the title word? It's like a parade.
Yeah, I wouldn't have much experience with that kind of thing. Fun to look at, I guess.
It's car something. I have it on the tip of my tongue.
You can see what looks like a massive tri-horn decorated with intricately detailed red and turquoise paints and fabrics that holds aloft what looks like this open-air palanquin. A number of brightly adorned performers wave from above, including a trio of women wearing bright orange feathers and tattoos all across their bodies, and very little else beyond that, as they seem to be juggling these magical flames throughout the air in this mesmerising display of pyromancy. The side of the palanquin bears the words in fine gold embroidery, "The Fire Nymphs," in both trade tongue and presumably Toshan. As the parade passes by, candy and flowers are thrown in your direction. You also notice some...
You're gonna try and grab
Don't
something.
mind if I do.
There you go.
Suddenly everyone scrambles.
Scram!
You know what? I'm gonna lift Vladimir up so she can catch them, because she is tiny and there is crowd.
Liska's like tremendous arm is just gonna reach out above the crowd and grab a few.
Intercept everything.
Yeah.
Everyone just go ahead and make me just a general dexterity check. I'll also give one for Vladimir with advantage because you're helping.
Oh yeah, ignore my roll and give her advantage. There we go.
L12. I'm not gonna do anything else.
That's disadvantage. My
Oh, whoops.
Let's say 19 then, because you rolled a 6.
yeah, not 19.
That's a 22. It's 22 for red.
All the candy for Vladimir.
Oh shit. You watch as one sort of marigold flower kind of flips through the air and just seems to land perfectly into her hair. Vellum, you managed to using your own very dexterous arms. You managed to grab a handful of sort of small hand wrapped small hand wrapped pieces of chocolate. Likewise with you. Oh wait, that's. Sorry, I'm looking at the 19s there.
Well, I rolled a 16, so.
Oh well, yeah. Never mind. Liska, you gather a couple, but
Don't need much.
yeah.
Just
Same with
give her the
Angus.
Badmia anyway.
Yeah,
So-
there you go.
Gee, we're spoiling her.
You can see as the parade passes by, you notice some of the bystanders wearing throwing beads and sort of dancing to the rhythm of the drum. You can see drinking. You can hear jovial conversations between friends. People donning various masks depicting creatures from Dahosian history, legend, and mythology. If this is what the nightlife of Itzel is like every night, imagine what it's like come their dedicated festivals.
Yeah, that's great.
They crazy. Niska's gonna lean down to like one of the random individuals that like citizens that's nearby, be like, so with like, hello, what is this?
Oh, the fire nymphs have arrived in Itzel. They are a renowned performing trio throughout Tanzania.
Oh, so this is not like a normal every night kind of thing.
Oh, the nightlife here in Itzel is quite lively. I've lived here for about 3 years now. It never tires. But this is a very special occasion.
Okay. Good to know.
I'm quite looking forward to their performances. I would say... Hang on, I actually gotta scrub through my notes here. I believe they are due to perform on the 9th of this month. The day before the races.
That is how many days from now?
The-
Sorry, I've been traveling and I have not been able to keep track
Oh,
of
that is
the
fine.
days.
It is the night after tomorrow.
Okay. So day after tomorrow. Okay. Okay.
And that he
Thank you.
kind of nods to you, goes back to chatting with an old friend.
And Liska will, through her normal self, just kind of lean down and relay that information to the rest of the party. It's like, so if you want to, they're doing like a big dance the night after next. So 2 sleeps.
Might be something worth checking out. At least it gives us options.
I was thinking about going to the Ember Room at some point during that night.
They might be there. Fire Nymphs, Ember Room, it seems like it would be a good fit.
We'll see.
Ember Room, you say?
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hi. I was busy buying jewels. Angus, you said you were going to the Ember Room? Oh, I must have heard.
Maybe. I need to grab some things before I do. Apparently they have quite the dress code. At least according to
Yeah. I found that out firsthand. Tried to go in, I got turned around.
That makes sense.
Ida might be there.
Who?
Oh, just one of my contacts. Oh, right. Liska, I need that staff
Which
Let
staff?
ask you to. Kara Spire.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Like right now, or
Perhaps when we get to the room.
okay. Yeah, sure.
Thank
What
you.
are you going to do with it again?
I'm gonna trade it for an item or some spells.
Okay. Sure.
He does that, the one on that excavation, right? The dig.
Yes, but he said he was also here. I can't. I'm gonna have to contact her in the morning. I'm tired and I don't have the spell prepared.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there'll be time for everything later. We're not exactly in any rush to get there. We've got 3 days here, so.
Well, if he's around here, he could. I think by the last day we are here, he can teleport us over there.
Yep, that will be for later.
Yep.
There we go. I forgot to show that.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
I see it,
Nice.
and there's
There's there's a
much else.
petition.
I'm sorry, but I pictured Fire Atronachs from all the scrolls.
well, this is gonna be interesting.
Lots going on in this little city.
Eventually, the parade kind of continues to move on down the street, out of view. As the festivities continue to move with it, and the crowd begins to disperse.
So,
What is interesting?
Eventful, yes.
About the fire. How were they able to? Oh, my Sirenscape just crashed. Like I guess it's just something normal that they're just able to use fire or something.
my guess is it's some kind of illusion magic. That, or they're very, very skilled.
It could be actual fire magic.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's dangerous, but it's doable.
If they've been doing this for years, possibly, they have techniques. Who's to say?
Well, I guess perhaps we'll have to see the show in a couple of nights.
Yep. Right. I'm gonna go off and get some healing done.
I would
Yeah, there's a couple of things I wanted to get looked at as well.
imagine it's at this point of the night that many shops are sort of on the verge of closing up for the night,
Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
anyone has anything else to buy.
Nope, we can always do it
Nope.
another day.
Yep.
I have a little bit. Over there at what you call it?
What
How very specific.
Yeah, that's very vague.
Lady Talaki. Talak? I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Talak.
Talak. Yeah.
That Coatl Couture, I believe.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Cool.
Before we do that, I just want to mention there's like 3 pounds of mithril and a pound of platinum in the market.
Yeah, I may get the mithril depending on my budget, but I was gonna hold off on
It's
it. But
45 gold a pound.
yeah,
God,
It's
that
cheap.
is very cheap.
Turn that into coins, and suddenly we're rich.
I'm not buying the platinum. I may buy the mithril. Anyway, continue.
So, are you looking to do a bit of roleplay here then, Angus?
I am. I'm looking to do that. I
Alright.
spent a little bit of coins, but I'm looking to do a bit of roleplay with it.
So, you kind of make your way back to Coatl Couture. You see this grand 3-story building with an ornate facade made of polished marble and gold-plated embellishments. The front entrance is this large set of double doors made of dark wood inlaid with intricate carvings and of exotic birds and serpents. The doors are flanked by these 2 towering columns, each decorated with these spiral patterns of feathers and scales. Above the entrance, this golden sign displays the name of the shop in stylized Taotian script, with its trade tongue translation below, adorned with colourful gemstones, Coatl Couture. The windows.
Quite the place.
Indeed. The windows are adorned with these intricate wrought copper bars that are crafted to resemble vines and leaves. And through these windows you can see the more modestly priced items on display, such as feathered capes and headdresses. The upper floors have smaller, more discreet windows that allow only a hint of the luxurious garments within to be glimpsed. And finally, on the top of this temple-like building, you'd see this large aviary. And from here, you can see it's home to a variety of feathered birds, as well as what looks like perched upon the balcony edge, a brightly coloured hook claw, a raptor with magnificent opulent crest of long feathers. It's currently kind of surveying the bustling streets below. Kind of notices your approach, seems to disappear away from the edge and out of sight.
Well, he strides up and forward.
As you kind of
Hello.
you can see this grand, highly fashionable, sort of wearing this grand, highly fashionable gold embroidered dress, wearing what looks like an opulent headdress with a great mane of blue coatl feathers. This woman sort of seems to be in the process of kind of locking up for the evening. Kind of takes notice of you. Oh, I am quite sorry. I am about to close up for the evening. If there is anything else you would wish to buy, can perhaps discuss this in a morning. Yes.
Oh, I see. I understand. If that's the case, I won't keep you up, but he reaches into his coin pouch and he pulls out a platinum coin. Can I place, then, a priority order for tomorrow?
Her brow sort of raises at the sight of a platinum coin. She kind of unlocks the door again, sort of creaks it open. Very well, come in.
Thank you.
You kind of
Steps in.
You step inside, you are greeted with this stunning display of colour and texture. The walls are adorned with intricate murals displaying mythical creatures and scenes from Taotian legends, painted in vibrant hues of red, blue and green and gold. Floors made of polished obsidian, smooth to the touch, glimmering in the firelight. The air is fragrant with scents of exotic spices and perfumes. You can see a wide range of clothing on display, all crafted with the finest materials and expertly tailored. There's flowing robes and bright colours adorned with intricate embroideries and feathers, tunics with gold embroidered patterns made from the softest cotton. Skirts with flounces and ruffles trimmed with beads and shells. And for those looking for something more formal, there's elegant gowns in deep shades of jade, amethyst and obsidian, embroidered with delicate gold and silver thread. But what really catches your eye is the displays of plumage. There's feathered capes in brilliant multicolour shades, feathered headdresses and masks. Just everything here is designed in some way with feathered accessories in mind. and you can see skittering down the stairs. Its sharp claws kind of clack against the stone floor. Is that brightly coloured raptor? And it kind of seems to regard you with a sharp, intelligent gaze, as if sizing you up. And it kind of hops up onto a few shelves and starts lazily preening itself in a small bedding area.
Impressive shop, impressive. And as he says so, he places the coin at her hand.
So, what type of order are you looking to place from my collection?
I am looking to attend the Ember. Never remember the name. I heard of it the other night.
The Ember Room?
Ember Room. There you go.
Very high status individual, yes.
Yes. Well, I have recently come into, shall I say, a wee bit of lordship of a nearby land, and wish to introduce myself. And I lack appropriate clothing, at least one that isn't suited for battlefield of sorts.
So if I am to presume correctly, do you wish for something in a more male-ish style?
I'm thinking more... I like the feathers and the plumage. It goes well with also like furs. I'm thinking something green and a type of ruby red.
Something like this, perhaps. And she kind of motions towards a number of the various garments on display, sort of each one intricately carved with vibrant colours and elaborate patterns. There's flowing robes made of soft cotton, adorned with shimmering sort of red beads and these delicate emerald feathers. You can see these very finely trimmed jackets and blouses made of more of these vibrant hues, woven with intricate designs that seem to sort of almost move with this like a sourceless wind. You also see more of these elegant headdresses, all of which sort of arrayed from various shades of emerald green.
Oh, I quite like this. There are some very nice pieces here.
Well, thank you. It's all from my own collection.
Wonderfully so. If
Whether-
I wish to ask for some alterations, pay for some personal touches, is that doable?
Well, I am on quite a tight schedule at the moment.
I understand. It can be very difficult to squeeze things in. Perhaps, do you offer those, what did we say in the Crafters Guild? Is it an express package, a priority service fee?
That can be done. Whether you seek something for a grand celebration or a simple yet elegant attire, I am certain that I can speed along a custom order for you. With the right coin, of course.
Absolutely. I was looking to get actually 2 pairs of fine clothing. Something suitable for that. Something a little more somewhat themed here, somewhat themed a little more to the east with the dwarven cities there.
Perhaps some silk for something for a more Kitangi flair. And she kind of waves her hand. You watch a sort of bead of arcane light sort of form in her finger, and you watch this roll of elegant black silk kind of weave its way out from the back. seems that she has a way with magic.
Oh, I quite like that. Very nice. And impressive skills.
Well, thank you. Perhaps a bit of a gold trim to go with that as well. She kind of waves another hand. You watch this roll of golden embroidered sort of thread sort of make its way around from underneath the desk.
Oh, yeah, very much, very much.
What of your outfit?
For me, I want something green and something with this red. I'd like that.
That's going to be done. And she kind of waves her hand, and which this array of different this different array of various bits of different size clothing for you know, very refined gentleman's garb in this sort of traditional Tosian flair sort of makes its way over. Perhaps I might be able to, pardon me for the crude language, but cannibalize some of these outfits. Perhaps fit something together.
I think that would work quite well. Put a few together. Perhaps something with the shorter sleeves. Not quite from around here, so the heat is still a little bit something I'm getting used to.
Of course, of course.
And then, it's good, a little bit of fur, a little bit of feathers. And I'll have to come back with some measurements, but I want to get a second pair as well. A gift for someone else.
Well, measurements would help, yes. I'm afraid I cannot start without measurements.
Of course. Completely understand that. I'll grab hold. Until then, let me go ahead and buy a couple of outfits and just pay for them now, so you can do what work you need to do, and a little tip for you as well.
Oh,
No,
so
I bought a
kind.
pair of fine clothes above, and I'm gonna go ahead and tip an extra couple of platinum.
All right. That can be. That's very easily done. Let's see here. Process of stitching, sewing. That should be ready for you. Tomorrow evening.
That works perfectly. Meeting with some important people, and that would be very nice to have.
Then we have a deal. Come back here tomorrow evening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I shall have it ready for you.
Thank you kindly. Have a lovely night. Oh, I'll be back tomorrow morning with those numbers.
She gives you a nod.
And then he sets up.
Alright. So, does anyone else want to do anything here?
I think I am pretty much done. At least Sao is done for tonight. I'm
Okay.
still looking at like shop options and stuff. But
I'm fine. I just got
I'm
the
ready
jewels I
to
need.
finish the day with a nice scented bath.
Okay.
And healing services for me. And well, sure, technically.
So, as you make your way back to the Crescent Falls Resort, back to your ensuite.
I keep getting canvas failed to draw, missing texture.
Oh, might have to refresh if you're just seeing like
I'm
like
seeing
screen
that
there.
then.
I see the background.
It locked me out, so that might be why.
Yeah, there you go. I got
There
that.
we go.
I got that with the stream view. I had to log in. Let's see here. What was the plan? If I recall, Liska, you're kind of continuing to explore the nightlife, I believe.
She likes the nightlife. She likes to boogie. Avon is muted.
Yeah, she's still
Okay,
doing
so
that kind of stuff.
so we can come back to you.
Yeah. Schedule even says as such.
Yes. Let's start off with the healing services for Dejar. Yes. So you, Dejar, are sort of guided towards a private chamber. You are immediately struck by this the soothing atmosphere. Soft candlelight flickers against the marble walls, casting a warm glow throughout the space. The air is scented with delicate aroma of dried herbs and flowers. The sound of gentle music fills the air. And you're greeted by this aged, sort of wise-looking woman with these crow-footed eyes, with the gentle voice. There's a sort of dark-skinned, long silver hair bred into a series of dreadlocks. And she wears a simple robe decorated with jade beads. You know, I am Itmali. I will be your healer for the evening. Please, sit. And she gestures to this large, shallow pit of plush pillows around this stone-tiled floor. She begins to light some incense. She... Oh. You there, Blackspace? Are you muted?
He is indeed muted. I don't know if he's there. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
We got to his part and then he vanished.
Well, in that case,
He's also next on the list for the elemental.
In the meantime, we can do a bit of
something might have come up.
troubleshooting.
Like, you know how it is.
Yeah.
So.
My foundry just keeps saying downloading world data, please wait, and then it hasn't moved.
That was happening to me
It did
earlier.
that with me as well. Close the tab and reopen it.
I'll do a refresher.
I find closing the tab helps a lot more because I refreshed and then it did that lockup.
Do Control F5 or Alt F. Control F5. Control F5.
well, in that case, we'll head over to Liska, as everyone else kind of makes their way.
All right.
As everyone else makes their way back to the Crescent Falls Resort, you, Liska, would prefer to enjoy the nightlife. Let's see here. If Soundscape would cooperate. Thank you. As you kind of wander through the vibrant streets of Itzel, you start hearing sound of clashing weapons. The roars of a lively crowd further down the street.
She stops where she's going and turns towards that.
Okay. Now, as a foreigner to this strange land, you're drawing quite a few curious glances from the locals, and following the noise.
Purely
you,
because I'm a foreigner, yes.
Yes, nothing else. Totally not because you're a 10-foot tall blue woman.
Yeah, couldn't be that. Not at all.
So, following the noise, you come to what looks like this 40-foot diameter sand pit in the middle of a courtyard, away from the main road, where a group of colourful and lively warriors are engaging in mutual combat. A veteran stands watch at the end of the pit, ensuring that the fighters stay safe and the battle remains fair. But each of the fighters is dressed in this series of bright, ornate clothing adorned with feathers and beads woven into their hair. Some favour swift and nimble strikes with rapiers and daggers. What looks like this a sort of possibly a tourist from Mayland. This very well decorated silver-plated warrior who's wielding this long silver rapier in his hand, presumably a noble who thinks he can best the locals. You can see his opponent appears to be using what looks like this technique of brute force with this large great mackerel whittle in both hands. It seems there's also a number of other warriors of all sorts around, sort of based around this sand pit, eager to test their mettle. And people and nobles crowd around the edge to sort of cheer on their favourite combatant, shouting words of encouragement and admiration. And
do I get a feeling of like is this a tournament or is this just a do I get a feel that this is a spur of the moment kind of thing or what?
You get the feeling this is definitely more like a spur of the moment. The dynasty being very very much a warrior culture, seems to embrace sort of strict performances of mutual combat, and this is probably one of those strict performances.
Mm-hmm. Liska's gonna watch and just kind of get a feel for the rules of engagement, like what's all involved, like if she feels like she wants to join, you know.
From what you can tell, there appears to be, of course, not dealing like actual damage to your opponent, not like you're not slaughtering your opponent in the street, but you can see sort of taps with the flat edge of the blades. You can see sort of light touches with the rapier, and every so often, as one of the weapons makes contact with the opponent, the crowd cheers, and there's this sort of you hear this sort of light bellow of some sort of conch or horn, as you see in the back. There's this large wall where there. How would I describe it? Well, like pieces of chalk are being used to mark tallies of hits gained, and there's sort of subtle whispers between some of the spectators, and you can see exchanges of gold, their eyes glued to the combatants in the centre of the pit. Performers and vendors sort of wind their way through the crowd, selling trinkets and refreshments to those in attendance. Though betting appears to be happening here in secret, away from the prying eyes of the Zakizel guard.
Liska is going to see if she can get a feel for the two combatants. and bet some money on the one she thinks is gonna win.
All right. Go ahead and make me an insight check for both of them.
So, first and second.
Oh. Okay, so the first one, we'll go with. Okay, the nobleman dressed in silver. He appears to be, you're sort of. He very much appears to be trying to show off his skill. Like, he's in a foreign nation. He's trying to big up his presence, as he's probably here on holiday, and he's brought some experience of combat with him from his homeland.
He's on his grand tour, is what you're saying?
Yeah, he's on his grand tour.
Young noble decided to be like, all right, let's go see the world.
Yep. And this other gentleman, the one wielding this massive Marco Whittle, this obsidian sword. You can see he appears to be a younger warrior trying to prove his mettle in battle. You notice about 10 feet away from the edge of the pit is a rather kind of stoic-looking Tosian gentleman, sort of arms folded around him, sort of keeping an eye on this younger warrior. And they bear a striking resemblance in their features. This is a father and son.
Well, so he's gonna try extra hard. Do I get, as they're kind of, doing some back and forth, do I get a feel for who might be a bit more, like, who might be better, who might want it more?
The nobleman seems like he has something to prove, but also so does the younger warrior. They almost seem evenly matched in a way. However, the dynasty, from what you can tell, being the warrior culture, martial prowess is definitely embedded into the youth from a young age, and he's the younger warrior seems to be putting the nobleman on his back foot.
With that information, and being someone who has watched a lot of young, boisterous individuals, try to prove themselves, she is going to make her way over to the betting individuals, the bookies, perhaps illegal, perhaps not, and while I'm walking over there, can I see the color of the coin being used? Like, I don't want to suddenly drop a few gold when...
Yeah. The color of the coin, it's definitely appears to be gold, given that many of these individuals appear to be of noble blood, sort of highly well-dressed individuals. You can also see a few silver being potted around.
Right.
No platinum.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna.
No.
Platinum's not something you drop in a crowd,
No.
So yeah, Liska's
Don't do what I
gonna.
did.
Yeah, Liska's gonna go over and bet 5 gold on. She's gonna point to, or like nod her head to the young guy, not the non-noble.
Yep.
What did she say? Like the city kid.
Yep. The greenhorn.
Yep. The non-foreigner.
All right. You kind of sort of very subtly gesture over to one of the nobles who seems to be sort of, well, one of the bookies who, from what you can tell, your passive insight's 15, I believe.
I think so, yeah. Let's see. Oop, open the wrong way. You cut me right. Yep, 15.
Okay, 50. Yeah. What looks to be a bookie disguised as a noble. You can see him sort of passing a few gold satchels off to a couple of other nobles, kind of fold them into their robes, and you kind of catch his gaze. Which one are you bidding on?
It's like the local bread.
Right. How much?
5.
Gold only noble, right? Very well. Kind of very subtly kind of opens his robes and jots something down on a small piece of parchment within. And let's see how this plays out. Okay, first roll here is going to be for the rat. I'll say +2 because he's got on the back foot. 12 versus the nobleman. 12. They seem very they seem very evenly matched here. You see the nobleman sort of just very much using the momentum of the massive obsidian greatsword to his advantage. He sort of steps aside as the massive the massive flat edge of the greatsword kind of toom against the ground as he tries to sweep out the legs from under him. Let's see. Round best 2 of 3. Actually, this would probably put it down to a +1 now. 16 versus 20. The nobleman seems to have sort of this dexterous skill on his side, and is very easily sort of avoiding the attacks of this of the young warrior. You watch as the warrior kind of tries to sweep underneath with a large sword. You can see his sort of ill-fitting feathered headdress sort of droops down over his eyes, and he has to sort of pull it back up. You can see the father off to the side just sort of place a kind of pinch at the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Let's see. D20 to be bog standard for the. Okay.
So a nat 20, nice.
For the youth, and then 20 +2 for the nobleman. Wow.
So nat 20 to nat 1. How does that play out, Jenny?
Wow, okay. God, I gotta come up with a description for this one.
Someone lost their footing, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. There's this bearing of overconfidence in the noble as he kind of sidesteps, and then tries to go for a prod against the young warrior, and then as the young warrior seems to see the disappointment in his father, it gives him this surge of adrenaline to try and just do better. You have to prove your family name, and with that he kind of surges forward, and with this great swing of the flat edge of his blade, kind of against the noble's backside. There's awe from the crowd, and the nobleman just topples over, arse over tea kettle, onto his ass. The crowd cheers and claps. The noble leaves very much dishevelled and his pride broken. And you are rewarded, Liska, with 10 gold.
Yeah. Made some money.
Nice.
So now up to 10 gold.
Yeah.
Is there any... So, like, this is, culture, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any... Does it continue? Does it move forward? Do, people move forward Is there a challenger for the kid, or is there new people? Like, what's going on?
It seems to be more like an impromptu, see who's available to challenge, and you also notice some of the onlookers as you've been watching this are sizing you up, as you are a very unique foreigner to this land. This massive 10-foot tall blue woman.
Be big, just say it.
Yeah.
just a little bit. I mean, Liska sees that, and she just like raises an eyebrow to the individuals, just be like, she makes a motion, just like, if you want to.
There's this kind of awkward silence, and you gather they look at you to see what you're going to do here, because wait, how is Liska dressed right now, actually?
She is still in full battle regalia.
That's exactly why they're looking at you.
It's like she is fully armored. Like she has her shield on her back, her sword, like at her side, her polearm, like arcing over her back as well. Like she looks like she's either just came from a battle or she's going to a battle.
Oh yeah. People are. Hang on. I can probably sense what's going to happen here. I'm gonna. Hang on. Okay, so they're all looking at you as if you're probably one of the next combatants to challenge this young warrior. You can see a number of other warriors of all shapes and sizes are sort of lined up on the other edge of the sand pit to sort of see who's going to step forward next.
With the young warrior, so if the young warrior doesn't leave, if he's like maintaining the challenge, if he's the one to beat, Liska will hold off until she sees someone that might be, no disrespect to the young warrior, but might be more her level. Like she doesn't want to fuck this kid up. I mean, maybe she should, to like every. Actually, you know what? Everybody needs this moment.
Oh
Liska's gonna step in.
Are you proud, Dad? Are you proud? You will not be for long.
It's like Liska of the Steel Legion must break you.
Oh no!
Just suddenly Zangief.
Oh no.
Wow.
Yeah.
As applause, there's applause to the crowds as this noble kind of makes his way off, kind of rubbing his ass. So that you can see a sort of nod of pride in the young warrior's father's face, and just nod for him to keep going. And so that moment, as Liska, the giant woman, steps into the ring, and immediately the crowd is just silent.
Liska will do. Oh, hold on. I have something. I've never actually am usually been able to use this. Give me a second. Liska will. She leaves her shield on her back, but and her sword at her side. But she pulls out her glaive and just kind of sets it in the ground. Just her normal standard glaive. And I never get to use this phrase, the full phrase. And she says in demonic, Buanjora Taldunek Mech Jon Trefar. And does like a Legion of Steel salute. And then she's going to in a very respectful way, be like, Motion, do you wish to continue or do you wish to leave?
As you say that, the young warrior, you can see the eyes sort of travel up from your hooves all the way up to 10 feet to your eyes. And you see him gulp, look to his father, who also seems a bit wide-eyed. I'm gonna do one of these. Let's see here. With a nod from his father, the young warrior sort of furrows his brow. Sort of shakes his head at you like it doesn't understand what you're saying, but taking the how would you say it? Taking the initiative from your own salute, he kind of slams his fist against his plate, his sort of gilded plate chest. Takes up a shield and his macro whittle. A smaller one this time. From what you can see is a number of weapons that have been sort of set aside around the perimeter of the arena.
Alright. Liska will not use her shield. And
Hang on, let me get some combat music for this.
I need to fucking remember what we decided the damage thing would be for two-handed mountain folk.
Yeah.
Because it's two-handed that it goes up, right?
I'm just gonna say this. The young guy,
Yep.
he has brass fucking balls. But Liskas are steel.
Does it really need battle music? I don't think it'll last long enough.
Technically, they're
No, it won't.
Poor guy.
Alright, let's go.
Okay, hold on. I need to unequip my shield so my AC is lower. Fuck, where am I? Okay. Oh god.
Oh no, you're going down to what?
25. Oh, actually, wait, no, because I have my armor shield. 22. Sorry, 22. Because my dragon shield gives me a bunch.
Oh, only 22.
It's actually hittable.
It's true. Wait, did we literally roll the same initiative?
Wait, hang on. You rolled in that 20 on his initiative as well.
Oh, wait, is this... Roll something else.
Sure.
It's the 20 thing. It's the... Oh, wait, no. Okay, then we just... 3 nat 20s in a row.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, and he rolled one before it? Jesus. Okay.
I mean,
wow.
We just had
He's
4 nat
fucking
20s.
ready, dude. He's
We had 4 nat 20s within 5 rolls.
Holy shit.
Not proud. He will charge headlong into the bolt.
Yes. So,
He has courage,
as
not wisdom.
as a young warrior, kind of actually.
Yeah, who goes first?
Yeah, this is weird. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
say the young warrior with just we'll count those series in that 20s as he's suddenly got brass balls and he kind of charges forward with his shield and
I don't got the brass balls.
orients his macro whittle to the flat side and is going to make an attack.
Liska,
Yeah.
because this is a training moment, will go from standing there just, very relaxed and casual to as soon as he starts charging towards her, she's just going to snap her wrist and the blunt side, like the underside of her glaive, like normally there's a little bit of a spike, but he's wearing armor, and it's just going to kick it up towards his chest and have him run into it. which is essentially her doing her bullshit thing.
Okay.
So let's see.
We'll
She's going to
I love
react
when a
to.
player describes it as her own bullshit thing.
Yeah.
She's kind of is. Oh, I can't. Oh, wait, okay, there he is. I was like, how am I gonna attack? Then I saw that. Sorry, I had, for some reason, I still had the fire nymphs thing up, and it was blocking most of my screen. So she will react. I assume that hits.
Yes, that definitely hits.
And she
She's
gets it.
specifying
So,
non-lethal.
Obviously
Yes.
non-lethal, yeah.
Yeah.
and so she will essentially, I will flavor it to, she snaps up and angles it just perfectly to kind of catch him, kind of underneath his ribs, to kind of semi-knock the wind out of him, just so he's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't charge forward into things.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say she snaps his neck.
It's like, yeah, and she just snaps his neck, looks directly into Father's eyes, and just like snaps his neck. Fucking brutal.
Okay, the young warrior is sufficiently deterred from this, from attacking head-on, and he's going to make his way steadily around this guy.
Oh, his speed is 0, my friend.
Oh, yes, it is. So comes back to your
Bullshit.
comes back to your turn.
Yeah. And then so Liska will, like, saying that she's gonna have her glaive, and oh wait, I do have a token where she's not holding her shield, don't I?
Yes, you do. If you just right click,
There it is.
there you go.
It's so rare to see.
Oh,
And yes, she is going to kind of like with that, she's going to just attack once.
okay.
She's just going to attack once, just to kind of give them a feel. Just a love tap if she can.
Love tap, you say? Love tap. Okay.
Just
Mishka's definition of a love tap is
just a love tap with the flat of the blade.
How do you knock him unconscious?
God, Jesus, did I just knock him unconscious? Fuck, I
Yes.
forgot how powerful we are.
Yes.
Probably.
Even like
I mean, with a nat 20, with a critical hit, yes, you knock him unconscious.
Damn it.
I will say this is also a great showcase of what formal years of training will do versus someone who's just grown up in the culture.
you know what? It lasted longer than one hit.
That's
This guy
true.
Literally just came at you. You just bopped him away, locked him in place, and smacked him once. You're like, hey, see, consequence, and then you gave him like a full bap back, and just like dropped him. I imagine it's like an uppercut and then a smack downward, and he's just face
I like
down.
He's about to go into like a whole lesson. Just start saying something, and it's like, oh.
It's a certified how. It's a certified. How does the grass taste, little man?
This is
Yeah.
Basically.
So I guess Liska will. God damn it, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I
You
guess
guys are
Liska
very
will. Yeah, she will, of course, do the thing where she like prods him in the chest, so she makes him run into the glaive, just to kind of give him a sense of like, oh, like people might have reach, or people like maybe I should charge headlong to things. And she's not on purpose going to crit, but she will, because she's not used to using the glaive quite as much in combat as she is with the sword. She just recently started training, like doing her morning routines with it again. She's just going to like poke, like shift it up into her hand and use bracing it between her arm and her body. And she's gonna flatten the blade against his head, not realizing that you can get some speed up on that. And yeah, she's just going to, I guess I don't want him to quite do the whole spin in the air thing, but
Yep.
she knocks him a bit and he falls down.
And it just in a flash, this happens like in an instant. It just the whole crowd just seems to cringe at this. And just face down in the sand. Father just looks on, just face palms. Like, son, this is a bad strategy. What are you doing?
Maybe he could take a fucking round, see how long he goes.
Here I go, straight down the middle.
At least he had courage. He had
That's true.
courage.
Let's go. Let's
You
go.
know who
Offer
else
him.
had courage? A lot of dead soldiers.
Yeah, let's go. Offered him a way out. She was just like, "Hey, if you don't want to do this, that's fine." And he rolled high enough to be like, "No, I got this."
Yep.
Yeah. Wisdom, not so much.
And with that, the number of people on hand sort of climb down in the pit, kind of drag his unconscious form off. Little moment later, you see him kind of sort of regain consciousness, very bleary-eyed. That's probably gonna bruise.
This side of his face, yeah, probably.
Yeah, just a
He is
Great.
concussed.
great big red mark.
Like, yeah, let's go. Just kind of. She's gonna look at the father and just kind of give a "I'm sorry" look. Just be like, utmost respect. Be like, "I'm sorry. I did he charged at me, completely open, just kind of thing."
Yep. And you see the father sort of talking to his son in a language you can't quite understand. Sort of, you imagine probably chiding him for just doing exactly that, just charging straight forward.
Good stuff.
Shall we pan over to Dejar after that car crash?
Dear God.
Is Dejar back? There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. It's been back when the fight started.
I just want to add, this is also a great example of just. This is a trained Legionnaire soldier versus a dude who's trying to impress his father.
A warrior who's seen 100 battles versus one who has
He
not
may
seen
have
none.
nat 20 the wisdom check to psych himself up, but man, his perception of what he's fighting is.
Nope.
It's like, what is it? It was a calculated decision, but man, am I bad at math.
Exactly.
Oh, did Sirenscape crash on me? Yes, it did.
I
There we
mean,
go.
I'm
Yes, it
happy
did
he
crash.
lives because he can now have a story to tell, but it can also work as a great motivator for him to get better.
If he
Yeah.
remembers anything.
That too.
Oh,
That small
concussion to
kicker
do
right
that.
there, yeah.
Man.
It's okay. His friends will tell him what happened.
Yeah.
Father will
They'll
too.
live it down. They'll be like, "Remember that time where you fought the 10-foot lady?"
Hey, what?
Yeah.
No.
Shut up.
So, Dejar, as you enter the private chamber, you're immediately struck by this soothing atmosphere. Soft candlelight flickers against the marble walls, casting this warm glow throughout the space. The air is scented with the delicate aroma of dried herbs and flowers. The sound of gentle music fills the air. And you're greeted by an aged, sort of wise-looking woman with crow-footed, kind eyes and a gentle voice. She has sort of dark skin, long silvered hair, braided into a series of dreadlocks. She wears a simple robe decorated with jade beads. She says, "I am Etmali. I will be your healer for this evening. Please sit."
And Dejar sits as comfortably as she can.
Sink into this shallow pit of plush pillows spread around the stone tiled floor. And at Mali, she begins to light some incense. A few questions before we begin. Have you experienced any recent injuries or physical trauma that you're aware of?
Yara is very hesitant for a moment. Not recently. Been a couple of months.
And whereabouts are these these symptoms? Whereabouts are these pains?
How long has it been since going? This is the character, but how long has it been since going from the market to the back to our suite?
Not long actually. So it's been maybe like an hour, or maybe 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. I'm trying to think of a way to word it. Particularly on the arms and around the ribs.
See. Have you noticed any change in these pains over time?
They were... He's thinking for a moment. They were sharp in the last month, but now they're kind of dull. Like a dull, throbbing pain.
Are there any activities that seem to exacerbate the pain in your arms and ribs?
Just... The list is too long, so I'll just say extensive activity.
So, a general pain is what I'm understanding.
For the most part. Hikari's voice gets very low. How can you heal bone?
Bone? That, I believe, is a more regenerative skill set. It is outside of my outside of my skills, I'm afraid.
Okay then. Well, at least the muscles can probably get some type of healing.
Very well. Is there anything else you think I should know before we begin the healing process?
No, I think that's it.
Then let us begin. That she nods. She kind of gestures. She's sort of down to what looks like this padded table in the center of the pit, the pillows, and the incense burns. Watch her hands begin to light up with this sort of divine emerald light. Please lay back.
Dishara lays back.
She begins to sort of push back your hood, sort of roll up your sleeves, to sort of gain access to the arms. And she begins the healing process by placing her hands on your body, starting at your tail, sort of working your way up to the head. particularly paying particular attention to around the sort of torso area and the arms themselves, sort of displaying them wide. And you feel this warm energy flow through you, sort of easing your muscle tension. And she begins to chant softly in this ancient dialect of the Etosian language that you don't quite understand. And you feel this tingling sensation spread through your body. And this sense of peace just sort of washes over you. She begins to apply various herbal oils, poultices to the skin, massaging them into your joints, muscles with expert care, and each one has a different purpose. One to relax, another to energize, another to soothe. And the sense of herbs and oils fills the room. She breathes in, sort of, and a quiet moment passes to allow the sort of residual divine magic to work with the herbal ointments and applications. And as you lay there before her, Ekmali's eyes sort of lock onto the scar in the shape of the eye in your forehead. It's an interesting scar. Would it be too intrusive if I asked how you did it?
The guy just gives a very big sigh. I made a sacrifice in order to move forward.
Are you feeling any pains in that region as well?
Sometimes.
Would you like me to attend to that as well?
Gives a silent nod.
Very well. He begins to sort of wave her fingers across your forehead. The brow kind of furrows a bit. Oh. There is a magical essence to that scar, I see.
Yeah, like I said, I made a sacrifice.
Do you wish for me to remove it, or are you comfortable keeping it?
At the sound of removing it... Wait. You can do that?
From what I can tell, she begins to sort of gesture with her hands. You've seen this gesture before. This is a detect magic spell, and she kind of she gives you a look as if kind of looking for approval before going on.
He gives a slow nod.
Appears to be some sort of scrying ability.
Yes.
May I ask if what you sacrificed to gain it? If that's not too much prying, of course.
You will put up just a bit. I gave up my past, so my present doesn't suffer. I don't want to elaborate too much on it.
Very well. I do sense some dark magic with it. She kind of thinks to herself for a moment. And I'm going to roll an Arcana check here. Probably be... It's not a massive boost, but +2 plus the proficiency. Okay.
This is an interesting turn of event.
Is she trying to remove the curse? You're trying to figure out about it.
You gather she's probably trying to figure out what the nature of this thing is. I have dealt with something like this before. It is some sort of curse, I believe. A marking of a curse. Am I correct? Backspace? Oh no, he's muted.
I think it's family again.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
so-
am back.
Okay. Welcome
okay.
back.
I was about to ask a question, but let's go ahead.
So she asks you, the dark magic that resonates from this mark. It feels like a curse. Am I correct?
She takes a very deep breath. Yes.
I have some experience in curse removal. Not much, but I have dealt with something like this before.
Before you continue, have you dealt with a curse from a hag?
I'm afraid I have not. No. Is that what this is?
Yes.
Then removing it won't be easy. It was clearly made with powerful magic. It could be a risk, but are you prepared to face the risks involved in attempting to remove this mark?
He is very silent for a moment. Aim for healing. I will allow it. Yes.
Kind of takes a deep breath. Very well. First, we'll need to create a circle of protection to ensure no other magic can interfere. Then, I will attempt to counter the magic while also cleansing the area. There could be a chance that this egg you speak of, her magic might resist mine, which could cause harm. But I will do my best to minimize the risk.
There's a very, very long pause here. Could this be done later?
We can do this later, yes, if you would feel more comfortable with that.
I would feel exceedingly comfortable with that. Because perhaps someone else I know might aid in this endeavor. They're busy right now, so I would just rather deal with my aches and pains, and we can come back with that later.
Of course. Well, I will continue. If you would please spread your arms wide.
So let's spread down and spread her arms wide.
And with that, she continues on with the healing process, sort of rubbing in those scented oils to your skin. Not doing nothing magic with the forehead, but sort of making sure that the area is clean, making sure that there's at least no aches and pains there. And by the end of the session, you're given a warm bath and a sort of cotton robe for afterwards. And for the next 24 hours, you gain temporary hit points equal to your level.
Okay. Alright then.
That's not bad.
Nice.
That's not bad.
It's pretty good.
So, to finish off, what's next on the list here? Elemental baths for Dejar and Grunka.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah, I guess streaming doesn't work, which is weird, but okay.
Blackspot, do you think you might be able to stream for Kraz?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying.
give me
but it just says
give
that
me one
yeah, it's
second.
minimized, right?
Here
Which
we
is
go.
weird. 'Cause I have everything up. Huh?
Is it working?
No. I'm not tapped out in any way. Which is weird.
Oh,
Yeah, it says minimized for some reason, but oh well.
but it's working on Blacksplice, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Okay.
you two, Grunka and Dejar, you both meet up in the Crescent Falls Resort. Intrigued about the prospect of what elemental baths might entail.
Oh, hey Gonka.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay.
So, should we go in?
I suppose so.
Okay. Let's
Alright.
see what this is all about.
So as you enter the spa, you're greeted by the soothing sound of running water, the fragrance of exotic herbs and oils, and I get some proper memories up here. The reception area sort of is elegantly decorated with soft lighting, comfortable seating, creating this sort of welcoming atmosphere that immediately puts you at ease. Beyond the reception area lies the spa chambers, a series of tranquil bathhouses, each dedicated to a specific treatment. Elemental baths are one of the highlights of the spa. The scents of rose petals, lavender, and frankincense fill the air as you step into this large pool of water, kind of shimmering with strange, unknown mystical energy that you can kind of see scintillating in the water. And in the centre of the pool, just a couple inches beneath the surface, is this large, sort of smoothly carved stone slab. The attendant sort of leads you to a private room where she trusts kind of the both of you to undress and change into some of the cotton undergarments provided to you for now and afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
You are prompted to lie down on a couple of these stone slabs. slabs are heated and emit this soothing warmth. The attendant begins to recite an incantation in a soft, melodic voice, and you feel a sense of calm wash over you. The very slight suspension of your body that the water gives you while you lay upon that stone slab almost makes you feel weightless. You gather, this is probably salt water which is contributing to you allowing you to sort of stay aloft here. It's all, best way I can describe it is like a sleep deprivation chamber. And the water begins to glow with this soft ethereal light. You feel this gentle tingling sensation all over your body. The intendant then sprinkles a handful of dried herbs and petals into the water, each one representing a different element: earth, air, fire, water. You take the fragrant aroma of the herbs, and you can almost feel your body responding to each different energy from the bath. And for the next hour, you are immersed in this deep state of relaxation. The water in the bath changes colour and temperature according to the elemental energy being infused into your body. As the elemental energy of fire begins to kind of flicker across the surface of the water in response to the herbs and the incantations being chanted. The water itself seems to bubble and boil, and you can feel your own body begin to warm with it, Grunker.
Oh.
A number of kind of between the cracks in your sort of earthen skin, a few sort of veins of fiery energy begin to light up, as if responding to this. But there's little else beyond that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I don't want to get on fire.
Suddenly burst into flames.
How do I burn while I'm in water?
So as the bath progresses, you can feel this sense of balance and harmony being restored to you. You feel more energized, more focused, and this newfound clarity of mind. And for the next hour, you are left to your own thoughts. Unless you wish to lie in silence for an hour, that's also fine.
I think it's a bit too relaxing to really talk or say anything, unless the jar have anything to talk about.
Right now, her mind is really just deep in thought. Though there's just one burning question he has for Grunka.
Well, lay it on him.
What thing you do with fire? What's going on with that? You grow bigger. You look like you're, in a sense, made of earth and fire. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you see that it's kind of it'd be a bit of a gift from incendiaries here, you know. It's kind of being. I don't know. I can show us one. You can hear that Grunka is like very relaxed and like almost asleep.
You're both kind of looking up at the ceiling as you're talking.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a gift, you could say. Like, you know, like when Lyska does that that scary thing, you know. That's also like, you know, it's something she got
for doing something. I don't really remember what she did or what she do, but you know she can do it.
Just one more question.
Okay.
You know a lot about mushrooms.
Yeah.
He's like trying to find the particular word. Mushroom alcohol? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Did y'all just have her eyes looking to the ceiling just have a side eye? Like, what the fuck did I just ask?
Mm.
Care to
Oh,
elaborate?
Oh. Well, you see, it's I mean, there's many different kinds, but I guess the one that's the biggest one, I guess, is something we call stinging ink. It's made from a cultivated mushroom called the tar cap, and it's something that's a bit of a it's not, it's something that's a little, it's a bit of a like a yearly event where you know, people who want some kind of gathers up and collect the you know, the tar from the caps. It's pretty delicate and a little fiddly work because it's very sticky to try and collect, and you don't really want to, you know, destroy, because you know, if you destroy the mushroom too much, then you know it'll get contaminated by other, you know, stuff. You know, you want the pure stuff that's exited the cap like naturally, and then you take, you know, whatever you collected and you bring it to the distillery and to the distillers, the brew people, and you know, yeah, depending a little bit on how much you did and, you know, how much work you did, you could get a bottle or two. We mainly, you know, you do get like a pretty decent amount of like a yearly yield, but you don't need more than a bottle a year, and the rest we kind of the rest we sell off or trade off to the Molnov. They really like it, and we kind of keep it a little bit of a secret for how we make it, because otherwise, you know, they would just make it their own. So it's a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a secret. So, but oh, it's unlike anything I have ever had up here. It's like it's like, you know, it's dark, you know, it's pitch black, and it's really like it's really thick, like it's kind of like almost like honey in a way, and you know, it burns all the way down.
It's
And it's you only need like very little sip to get very drunk.
It sounds like a drink I need to get. The honeydew in Ragnarok. It is very spicy, has the consistency of honey. I've never drank it before.
Yeah, you know, this thing. I think it would be like, you know, like a miracle to find it up here. I mean, because, you know, again, we don't really trade with the upstairs or up here, I guess. And I don't really think the Moldov want to get rid of it at all because, you know, they really like it. So, and I think kind of even further down than we are to some extent, but yeah, it depends how you see on it, I guess. But yeah, no, so I don't think we're ever gonna see it up here. Maybe, you know, maybe if we ever go home, then we could see if there's any. Kind of depends on when during the year we go there, because it's, you know, it's a very seasonal thing.
Okay.
But it's, you know, yeah. But yeah, no, so yeah, it's a very weird taste. I don't really know how to describe it. I'm not really like, you know, I've never tasted anything like it. But I think even it's so strong that I think even Angus would, you know, kind of fall off his ass if he drank it. It's very strong, very good. And it's just, you know, that's the big thing, I guess. That you can see. But what it be, you know, the big one that stands out the most. But you know, there's other stuff, like, you know, there's some mushroom wine and some other, you know, some other drinks you make from other stuff that isn't mushroom, but you know, it's mainly from mushroom specifically. It's those two. That's just that's like the pure mushroom. It's like it's kind of a normal kind of, I guess you would call it a wine, but it's not really like, I don't really know what defines a wine. But it's, you know, it's just a nice little thing you could have with like food or whatever. And then there's other drinks that's kind of like, you know, has mushroom in them, but isn't like pure mushroom. It's like a flavor thing or texture thing or whatever. But yeah, those two are the ones that are like pure mushroom, which I guess is what you asked for, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, that's that. Those are the ones that we make out. If you mainly make alcohol out of. Man, I'm thirsty. You think it'll be okay if I drink this water a bit?
I don't know. You give it a try.
You're just gonna like very slowly and gingerly like take a little sip of the water that he's currently floating in. Just kind of like turn his head a bit and just like.
The second time someone in the party is eating or drinking something they're not supposed to. I'm amazed this has happened twice.
It tastes a little bit like soap with with some like herbs and spices thrown in. Probably not meant for consumption.
Okay, you don't do that. You would bad. It wasn't good. I guess I'm just gonna lie here and cry out.
So, as you all finish off, for the next 24 hours, all fire, lightning, poison and cold damage is reduced by 1d4 points. Any points of exhaustion are cured, and any mild diseases you might be suffering from are also cured. I will also stick that in the party chat there.
I was gonna say, like, is there like a specific buff that's on, or?
No. I did
Just
not have
gonna
those.
keep that.
I did not have those prepared yet, but I can go ahead and conjure up those buffs between sessions.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be relevant now, but
yeah.
later.
But as the bath comes to an end, the attendant helps you out of the pools, wraps you in warm cotton robes, and you swear like you feel you're floating on air. Your body and mind rejuvenated and refreshed. So, let's see. Next up, Liska, are you returning from your expedition out into the streets?
To fuck this kid up. Yeah. I guess she probably will. Like, if there's nothing else that really warrants her attention. At least for now, she kind of feels bad about it. Once the dude's back to consciousness, she's gonna kind of like come over, introduce herself to the father and son, and just be a bit more, just kind of explain herself, ask about him, and just be like, hey, like, I'm sorry to be the first one, but it's better to happen here than on the field of battle, kind of thing.
It is okay. He really needs to learn to not. How do I say it? He uses his head, but he does not think with his head.
I am very familiar with the follies of headstrong youth.
Indeed. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson. And he gives you, he gives his son a sort of stern look as he's still sort of a bit groggy from just coming out of consciousness. We need to learn on your charge.
Overall it was good. Just need to be aware that some might be ready for it. Do not leave yourself so open.
The young warrior sort of still a little bit groggy. He probably not heard you, but Father nods and says, I will tell that when he's a bit more salient.
Yeah. Well, again, happy that it could happen here instead of out where it matters. But yes, it has been a pleasure. I must return back to my party. He has good form. We've battled beforehand, was very good, so tell him I give him my compliments.
Of course. Come on, Ashka, time to go home. Tomorrow we train. Okay.
Concussion.
Yeah.
This could be like, this could just kind of gonna look around and then just hand a regular healing potion to the father. Just be like, hey, I might have hit him a little hard.
He gives you a wordless sort of nod of appreciation. He kind of stuffs it in his belt.
It's like, I might. It's like, your son might not wake up tomorrow. Like, here, have this potion.
Poor kid. But with that, you kind of make your way back to the Crescent Falls Resort. Right in time for a meet-up with Sayun and Vellum for your scented baths. Right, okay. Fair enough, we'll just leave it on this image for now. So, as you all kind of meet up at the temple spa, If there's any conversations you wish to have beforehand, feel free to interrupt me. Actually, Sable, you are muted.
Indeed, I was. Yeah, it's Saoyun and Bass. Oh yeah, the magical massage.
Yeah, scented baths, magical massage.
Forgot about that.
That one needs to soak.
Yep. So as all three of you kind of wander through the temple spa, kind of speak to a number of the attendants and physical therapists about, you are eventually led to a large private chamber, and you are greeted by this sort of warming and inviting atmosphere. A large chamber is prepared for your group with those soft, flickering candles casting this gentle glow on the polished blue, gold, and red marble walls. The air is thick with this heady scent of exotic flowers and fragrant oils, creating this intoxicating aroma that immediately calms your senses. In the centre of the chamber lies this large, intricately designed, sort of partly gilded bath, carved from a single piece of white marble. The water inside is steaming and crystal clear with numerous flower petals and herbs floating on the surface. The bath is spacious enough to accommodate your group comfortably should you choose. There's cushions and soft towels placed nearby for your use. A small water feature spouts from the mouth of a stylized golden face embedded into the wall. The air is heavy with the scent of herbs and oils and fragrant flowers that you can see adorning heavy vines that drape across the walls like curtains. A single divider separates the bath area from the massage area, where several altars rest, carved from granite and painted a bright sky blue. Saoyun, as you kind of dip your feet into the water, you feel this immediate sense of relaxation wash over you. Water is warm and silky, and the fragrant oils seem to sort of immediately work their magic with your skin. The ingredients used in the scented baths are kind of varied depending on your preference and needs, but today's blend is a mix of lavender, chamomile and rose, known for their soothing and calming properties. Liska and Vellum, you kind of move over towards the massage area, where a team of skilled therapists awaits. You're asked to disrobe. A pair of towels is provided for your modesty's sake. A bigger towel is considered provided for Liska.
5 towels.
Yes. But as you lie down on these comfortable massage tables, altars rather, the therapist sort of applies gentle pressure to your muscles and oils, helping you to relax and unwind. As the therapists work their magic, you feel the familiar tingle of this sort of... You felt it before from Angus. It's a form of healing magic, and points of tightly wound pressure are suddenly released. You can feel these waves of warmth wash over you. The stress and tension of your body is released with a satisfying pop. For Liska, a few more attendants are called in to help. Those muscles like steel cables. Eventually, even hands aren't strong enough, so they end up having to use their feet.
What's they called, a shiatsu or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had one of those where they walk on your back. It is interesting.
I can imagine. This kid gets the shiatsu.
Yes. And throughout the session, this sort of magical energy flows through you, heightening your senses, leaving you feeling invigorated. And for the next hour, you all have your own thoughts to attend to, as the masseuses tend to do.
Well, they're gonna have their hands full because Vellum is tense throughout because
Oh yes.
he doesn't like the idea of people touching him considering recent events. Yeah, but he does eventually relax and he's quiet, which is a little odd for him. Knowing he said something stupid by now, but there's just silence from him.
Now just sort of calls out idly to the others. You know, I'm not saying we should ask Angus to install a bath like this at the tower, but I am really tempted now.
Sure you can get some kind of oils or something.
Maybe.
But does it come with the people to walk on you?
You say as you feel another right your back.
Oh, no.
Pretty sure we could hire some with the money we have, but best not to for safety reasons.
Plus
Would be funny though.
Don't think I've ever heard one of these before.
You should try something we had back home then. It's a little similar to this, but they use warm rocks. Some of them even scalding hot.
Maybe.
Seems like he's about to go into more, but then just his voice peters out.
You notice a couple of the masseuses kind of whisper at each other in a language you don't quite understand. One of them disappears out of the room.
Sorry. That is just to develop that as a red flag. He's paranoid when tense once again. I can't glean anything. I can't even insight because again, don't know the language and can't really observe what's going on.
It's about 5 minutes later that in comes this very, very burly, muscular Tahosian man. And he kind of cracks his knuckles, looks over to Liska.
Oh, they brought in the big guns.
And he just starts working on your back. You hear another few satisfying pop, 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 pop throughout your spine, Liska.
Liska's grunting a lot. Just like
Yes, they brought in Frank.
Not a Tahosian. Yeah, but I still love you just have to go to the extreme with Liska. It's the requirement.
How else are you gonna serve a 10-foot tall, muscle-bound lady with enough forceful power to count as 10 men, not counting her armor?
You bring 10 men. There's no other way about it.
You feel this sort of tightly wound pain in your back as this man sort of this gentleman sort of presses in pain, then ooh, and suddenly it's gone.
And Liska's dead. Assassinate.
Suddenly he pulls a dagger.
That's exactly what was going through Vellum's brain. We have no equipment. I'm laid down. Oh god, here come the knives.
It's like, I don't think Janner's gonna have a naked spa scene.
Oh god.
Fight scene.
No.
He might.
No.
I don't know, but I don't think that's his style.
No.
I don't think Jenna would do a dick move like have an assassination in the middle of a massacre.
No. No, you guys are here to relax.
First spa time and downtime you've had in a while after horrible, traumatizing events. Better throw an assassin in.
I swear, if you throw in an assassin, I am going to flip my lid.
Yeah. So, unless there's anything else you wish to say to each other here, we can continue on.
I think there's just too much relaxation.
Yep.
There's plenty of idle time for chit chats. I think
Yeah.
it's the hot springs.
So, as you kind of step out of the chamber, you kind of cloaked in these warm cotton robes. You feel sort of limber and flexible, almost as if you shed off years of stress and tension, especially for you, Velen. Though, there's still that sort of niggling, sort of stress in the back of your head from, not everything can be cured from a simple massage. But still,
It helps.
yeah.
Well, a little more normal.
Yeah. So for the next 24 hours, you gain a +2 bonus to all dexterity checks and saving throws.
Let's hope they're not necessary.
I'm sure they're not.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
It'll be okay.
Now we know why nobles usually have such weird stats sometimes. They sometimes go for an assassin gives actual stat boosts effect.
Yes.
So there's a reason it's so wildly successful.
Angus, would you like to join the party for the hot springs? Do you want this to?
Sure.
Because you've been quite well.
Sure. Why not? What was I last doing?
You're doing the
I got my outfit?
yeah.
It's been a while since I've done anything.
Yeah.
I'd be down with it.
Yeah, and it makes sense that those who voluntarily of their own sort of individual volition went to the hot springs, saw each other, and just should we invite back? I mean,
Your earring would click out. Hello? Are you still awake?
No.
I know I am Angus.
Good. So this one goes to Vellum. Can I borrow you for a minute, Vellum? I'll come meet you where you're at. I need some numbers for you for a project.
Sure. I was about to head to the hot springs, but have a soak.
Oh, I'll meet you there then.
That's it. He's a little out of it because it's this is the first time I felt normal in a long time.
So you all sort of retrace your steps where Varesh led you through the resort, and eventually, as you enter the cavern, you are, if I can find it,
Shot.
here we go.
Oh, thanks. Remember that?
Remember the hiccup?
Manners.
You are eventually enveloped in a warm mist that rises from these steaming pools. To take in the beauty of this underground oasis, you notice the walls of the cavern are rich, sort of covered with rich dark stone that glimmers in the light. The occasional vein of quartz or other precious minerals seem to run through the rock, adding to this sort of dazzling effect, illuminated by the soft glow of orange crystals embedded in them. Vines and other greenery sort of grow along the edges of the walls, adding a sort of natural touch to this man-made environment. Or partially man-made. In some areas...
Man-enhanced?
Yes, man-enhanced, shall we say. In some areas, these sort of natural stalactites and stalagmites hang from the ceiling or rise up from the floor, adding to this enchanting atmosphere of the place. The constant sound of running water echoes off the cavern walls, creating this symphony of tranquil sounds. The hot springs themselves are a sight to behold. Pools of steaming water surrounded by smooth, round stones, man-made elements there, making them almost look like the man-made elements are very much made to look natural. Some of the pools are large enough to swim in, while others are smaller and intimate. Perfect for couples seeking a romantic getaway, discreetly shielded by curtains of water. The warm mist rises from the pools, creating this ethereal atmosphere. It's almost magical and mystical in its own right, and the air smells of exotic flowers and minerals. You notice the resort staff moving about the cavern are tending to guests' needs. They dress in these flowing, thin robes made of natural fibres, sort of blending in with the natural surroundings. And movements are graceful and unhurried. There's many guests lounging on rocky outcroppings or near poolsides, enjoying the warmth of the water and the tranquil atmosphere of the cavern. So, what would you like to do?
Take a dip.
Whereabouts?
Yeah, but before we, I think, sorry, brain. Do we speak to like an attendant to get a private one, or is it like whatever's available type deal?
Well, you could. Typically, it's whichever private chamber is available for you. You can speak to an attendant to sort of try to acquire one. And
Angus, you wanted to talk to me about something. Everyone else, why don't you go ahead and grab a suitable thing?
Hey,
Oh, okay.
I had a question for you, actually.
Shoot. Ominous.
He's gonna look you side to side. Do you have your bag of holding with you?
Vellum usually has it within arm's reach, if not on his person.
All right. He'll gesture to it. You remember when you did some crafts a little while back? You know, you started making some armor for you, and you made a new pair for even Sally, I believe.
Oh, yes, ours was a long time ago, and mine was more recent. Did you need something done? I didn't think I'd need to do anything with yours, given the, fine example it is.
I do need something done, but not for me, thank you. And I don't need you to do it, but what I would like from you, if I can borrow the measurements you got for when you made Sal's armor.
Okay, I can do that. Why, if I may ask?
Getting a gift?
Alright, well, sure, give me a sec. The sort of befuddled look on his face. He'll start rummaging in his bag of holding. And he'll pull out a few sheets of parchment. Give me a second. And then he'll start sort of... He'll start scribbling on them. In very particular areas. All my notes are usually in Orcish, so there's the numbers in Trade Done.
Oh, that helps, as I don't know.
Yeah, I figured that's why it took a second. And he'll hand them over. There are like very precise measurements, sort of like he's very particular about how well things fit from the looks of it.
Ooh, wow, these are quite well made.
Well, the last thing I want is it catching or pinching in particular places. So...
Nah, that wouldn't be too fun. Well, this will turn out quite nicely. Thank you for this.
Alright,
That said,
get back if you can, because, it helps to have my notes on hand.
well, I'll just make a copy. How about that?
Works for me.
he'll write a quick jot down. Okay, there you go. Thank you for letting me see that.
No problem. Good luck in whatever it is you're making. Though I have to
Well, I'm
ask.
not making it, I'm commissioning it.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
I can't really do...
Replace my work.
No, I don't know how to make braces.
Right,
That
well,
said, if it comes to armor, I think you're the man to go to for like 90% things.
high praise indeed, considering. But yeah, I was just wondering then if it was a replacement. I was wondering what I went wrong with, but it ain't armor, so.
No, it's not armor at all. Your armor's quite nice. It's just that, well, I'll see.
At some point, we do need to find a suitable enchantment to slap on it.
Yours or hers?
Well, both. Just gotta keep an eye out, I guess.
Yeah. You can keep an eye out, or we can try and make something.
Right,
He's one of my strong suits.
Sorry,
Well, that's about all I needed. Do you want to go and relax a little bit?
Yeah, you coming with? I figure with these things are big enough that they'll probably accommodate everyone.
Oh yeah, I have got the tightest cramp in my butt cheek. Well, it's not the tightest anymore since the chocolate therapy. But sitting on the steam hammer all damn day and trotting along, I need a few more pillows for my backside, and my backbone, my tailbone. Point A is a nice hot bath will help.
It will, and if it doesn't, you should try them magical massages. They actually do good work, and they even managed to manage Liska.
I was gonna do the dream therapy first. Maybe I'll
Well,
swing
we
by
got 3
afterwards.
days
but-
here. Like,
Oh, well, that's true, that's true. And we have plenty of time for a bath. Want to go join the others?
that we do.
Alright. So, are you looking to go, the public bathing area or more private chambers?
I think private. People
Okay.
probably want just like a nice relaxing group dip.
Alright, so
Yeah.
the second of 10 private bathing areas are provided to you. This one is it's nearer the top area of the cavern. You have to sort of climb a few steps to actually get to it, and it's sort of kind of weave through a few naturally carved tunnels, sort of further expanded by the resort itself into this sort of behind this long sheet of water that sort of falls down from above, and it is wide open, like about 50-foot diameter pool. That's it. That is provided for your group. It does not seem to be in use. And there is, of course, this large, ornately woven sheet curtain that you can sort of drape in front, should you so choose.
Good stuff.
Now, question.
Yes.
This is more to the party. This is a private hot springs. Are you going in with or without?
Oh man.
Well, it depends on how private it is.
I knew this. This was this was going to come up. Yeah.
Potential for maximum privacy.
Yeah. It is fairly private. These are designed to be private. You did, funny enough, you did actually see a couple of individuals in the main sort of public area seem to have no qualms about walking around in the buff.
You know what? Good for them. For themselves.
In a place like this with the money
Aside
you
from
pay
a
for,
tiny, ill-fitting towel, Angus is gonna be one of them too.
Yeah.
Think fat guy in a sauna.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Velen's a little too reserved for that kind of dealing, so he's going in with it.
Okay.
Sao is. I'm unsure if she actually would.
Asks the question, doesn't know the answer themselves.
No, it's more the fact that she knows this is private, this is with people she can trust, it's just the practicality.
Whatever she's most comfortable. That's the name of the game today.
I was with the
Yeah.
cow. Still, first time for her. So
Sao would unfold her hair and use that to cover her top part, and then undress the lower when she reaches the water, because that's easier to hide.
as it should be.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is this like Japanese baths where you bathe yourself real quick beforehand and then you go in?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
They tend to like to keep the hot springs at least somewhat clean.
Yeah.
I imagine filtering it as a bitch.
Yeah. Although, funny enough, you do see sort of located around the rims of each of these baths, you can see what looks like these Sahosian glyphs sort of carved into them. You're familiar with not the language, but more the way the patterns are oriented to Shah. This is a prestidigitation cantrip.
All right.
Man, they got everything here.
Yep. When you don't rely on technology, you rely on magic.
Magic.
When you have money, everything is possible.
Magic.
Hashtag capital.
Magic.
Hashtag capitalism.
What?
Oh, nothing. Just that.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Am I coming through clearly? Because I did tweak my sound settings yesterday, and I'm wondering if it's cutting anything.
Nope, not hearing any cutting.
Good to know.
No.
The lighting up lied to me once again.
But yes, you see these sigils. That's probably how they're keeping most of the water clean. But they do prefer that you bathe beforehand before kind of jumping in.
These are
Yeah.
Happy to
spring.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cleaning these natural pools would be a fucking headache.
Once that's taken care of and everyone's getting situated, Velum is going to go over to wherever Sao is.
Yeah, she's in the water.
Hello?
Yep,
I'm
Sal's
waiting on you.
Sal's in the pool right now.
You got a second?
Depends. Are you gonna drag me out of this?
No. That would be weird for both of us.
Fight it away then.
Well, this is a little odd to ask because I know it's a bit personal for you, but I've had curiosity for a while, and I was wondering if you could tell me what home was like. I never really got to know much about it, and my mother didn't know anything about it to begin with because, well, anytime she'd ask my grandmother, she couldn't bear to really say much. So besides the obvious and the language, I don't know anything, and I've kind of always wanted to.
There's not an awkward pause, but there's a pause of thoughtfulness. it is different from here. Not just in how people talk or how people dress, but different in how they view things. If you think of knights and how they honor who they serve, and treat the people around, it is like that, but greater. There's a lot of unspoken rules.
That sounds like a lot of pressure.
There is. But at the same time, it is just the usual for us. If that makes sense.
It does. I mean, a lot of the things from where I'm from. I could say a similar thing. The unspoken rules, the feeling in the air. What about where you were from, specifically? Can you tell me what that was like? I've never actually seen any of it, so... yeah.
In a manner of speaking, I grew up, and she does air quote with one hand. I grew up in the army, let's say. I've never really known I know this sounds disrespectful to a degree, but a commoner's life. I've never really had, like, I never really had the assumption that what I would do was laid before me by where I was and who I was born from. I had a degree of freedom, I guess. It's kind of hard to put to words, because I've never really given it that much thought.
Yeah, it does sound a bit, I don't know the word for it. You were in the military, but you've got freedom. And from what I know of military talks back home, kind of counter to each other. Freedom and militaristic lifestyle.
There were rules I had to follow for sure, but again, I think the best way to put it is freedom under responsibility.
As long as you did your duty, you can do whatever the hell you like.
Is within reason, and that reason was usually my father.
You've talked about him once or twice before. He sounds strict.
She just gives Willem like a brief look that just says, yeah, that's one way to say it.
Well, I didn't want to pry.
It's fine.
All I've ever heard about the Empire was, well, besides some surface level stuff, were not very favourable stories. And, well, it's obvious as to why.
Rules, traditions, unspoken rules. I think that goes for every country.
I suppose, but coming from a place of sand and sun and a very extreme set of rules at times, it does make me wonder how different I might have been if I was over there. Maybe I would have been the same, maybe I would have changed. But I know I'd want to see it someday.
Maybe one day we can take a trip over there, the group of us.
Is that within relative earshot? Like,
It is not. I mean, depends on how the area is. It's like a 50-foot thing. It's kind of hushed tones. I don't know.
do you want it to be?
I was not really in the assumption that
It's a hushed conversation.
it's like a hushed thing. So she's just sort of speaking a little more openly about it, versus I'm assuming Velen is sort of conversing more directly to Sao.
Yeah, it's directly to Sao, and while it's not secrets and lies whispers, he is being a little softer tone given the sensitivity of the topic. So, I don't know. Maybe.
I'd say, yeah, you could probably hear what Sao is saying.
Let's go with it. Bits and pieces of Velen's.
Alright. He's gonna kind of quirk up an eyebrow as he's laid back and kind of relaxing, hearing about you go and visit and things like that. He kind of nods. You know, he looks at the both of you chatting to visit something. And he scratches his chin a little bit and lays back, but without the full context, it's hard for him to contribute.
I do want to go back one day. I don't know if I'm ready yet, you know?
Funnily enough, so I know exactly what you mean. I left and I don't know when or if I want to go back. But I'd like to think that someday you will. Only to kick your dad in the teeth.
Now that would be something, but I'm not sure yet. Also, you gonna join in the waters here, or are you just gonna, like...
I was getting adjusted, and he sort of... I was going to say he's been in the whole time, but that would be cheating. I'll just say he's been sat on the edge, and then he sort of, at Sao's remark, slips in properly.
I am probably gonna stay here until, well, late evening, and then probably go back and sleep. I don't know about you, what you others have planned.
Bihar has a plan to do a dreaming session.
Same. I'm gonna stop off before I head back.
Oh,
Don't worry, I'll be fine here. And Sao just briefly looks over to, like, Liska and just, I don't think anybody's gonna bother us.
Well, I should hope not. It wouldn't be very private otherwise.
it is a high-class resort.
It's nice here.
Feels good to relax, actually.
Don't remember the last time it happened, really. There was always something.
And Sao is just gonna lean back and relax.
Likewise, though there are a couple of hisses as the hot water strikes some of his scars.
Why are scars hissing?
They're made of snakes. No.
Oh no!
She's right there.
Oh no!
I think that was more like him just sort of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ellum hisses at the feeling of hot water on scar tissue.
So as you sink into the warm, healing waters of the hot springs, this sense of deep relaxation floods over your body. The heat of the water eases muscles and tense muscles and soothes away any aches and pains you might have been experiencing. You're still tailbone, especially Angus.
I can get used to this.
There you go.
Working tailbone.
The natural minerals of the water seem to seep into your skin, revitalizing and rejuvenating your body. It's like embracing the natural world around you. And the enchanted
Soaking in salt.
yeah. You see the enchanting crystals and cells almost seem to imbue the water with an energy that sort of flows through it and up your body, leaving you feel renewed and refreshed. Everyone who doesn't already have temporary hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to 11 for the next 24 hours.
Yes.
Yo, I have like 12.
Yep. So you don't gain any more.
I capped.
Yep.
For me, get off the re part of renewed, so it just sounded like you said, "You are nude and fresh." And I'm like, well, I
Yeah,
should.
I heard that. I heard that too.
Right, sorry. Feeling
I was like, not wrong, but
renewed
However-
and refreshed. There you go.
I'm gonna be real though, with the amount of bathing we've done, we're gonna look like
Prunes,
prunes.
yeah.
Oh, I was already thinking that.
Oh, it's gonna be so good. Soft for once.
You'd be nice and limber, and just rosy cheeked to everyone.
God help the first enemy we come across.
Yeah.
Oh dear God.
Fully
Listen,
refreshed.
Murder.
oh, everyone's energized.
All right. So,
As he lays back and relaxes, one thing with Angus is the constant shakes and tremors of his hands relax much more as they get much more stiff.
oh yes, same with you, Dejan.
And a slight
Oh, dear
expression
God.
of pain melts away.
Indeed.
I would like to come back here again. The Tekahos, I would definitely like to come back here again.
I haven't been able to get a little bath by the tent anywhere near as hot as this. Maybe it's the water, the minerals, but we need these.
Maybe. And he points out to the sigils, prestidigitation to the bathtub. That might help.
You think we can get together and we can make a stone that does that? And just, what if we get a stone that does the pretty, I don't know how to say it. And then
Prestidigitation.
it also is hot. Doesn't help me. And also is really hot and keeps the water hot and steamy. Oh, we need to make one of those.
Could be a good project. Everyone can use it.
Let's work on it then. Right.
As the hour goes by, or at least, yeah, however long you want to remain in these baths for.
Yar would probably just sit up and be like, I think it's time that I'm gonna head to the dreaming session. As much as I would love to stay here.
Oh shit!
I-
Right? Am I gonna miss it? Let me get out and just see if I can. Oh. All right.
I love the Foley.
His back just give out? Like,
He cracks it. He sits up because he's been laying back and slouching, and he gets up and cracks his back.
shrimping in hot
Let's-
springs. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Water.
Almost.
Well cooked.
Let's get going over to. And he just stands up and starts waddling away, dripping. Where's my towel?
The guy's just looking everywhere else except for Aegis.
I like to imagine that you just don't see anything. There's just of like ginger hair just there.
Liska lifts an arm above the water, and there's a towel, and she throws it at Angus.
I'd slap, but she throws it hard enough that he flies.
Throws it hard enough that he loses all of his 10 hit points.
Just like that, just that young warrior just got fucking back.
Yeah, Liska doesn't tell anyone about the young kid that she fucking
Laid the fuck out.
yeah,
She almost killed.
she did literally almost kill. Even
By
if
accident.
it's non-lethal, I think there's
Brain
like
damage.
if it's maximum if it's exceeding damage, yeah. But
Non-lethally
The
killing
kid,
someone.
the kid had 20 hit points.
okay, then,
doink.
yeah, she couldn't have killed him with massive damage. It's fine. It's fine.
Fine, don't worry about it. I mean, no,
I mean,
It's a scare though. It's a scare.
I use like a guard to.
He's got a second crit. Hold on, if there's a follow-up crit, absolutely you coulda.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like not now.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, no, I'm
of course
kind
not.
of
Now.
glad.
He's at home, sucking on a bottle, nursing in concussions. While his dad's saying, "Don't fall asleep! Don't fall asleep!"
Hey, that's what the healing potion was for.
Yep, and I'm kind of glad that Liska just only attacked once, because dear God.
Yeah.
Technically twice, but yeah, that's the bottle he's nursing on. He's got a little he's got a little nipple over that healing potion. He's
Oh,
taking-
That's
dear.
true.
Oh dear.
Like that is true. Like Liska's just like, I'm not gonna throw around gold, and then she hands like a healing potion that normal people don't know, like don't see in their lifetimes. It's like, oh hey, by the way, have this magical item you've never actually held before, and heal your son.
As an apology.
Yeah.
Okay.
he was going in. Like,
Sorry, I absolutely fucking busted your head open. Here's some rum.
Okay, so I think Liz is going to carry some of that guilt with her for the rest of her life. So we're going to move on for that.
All right.
Alright.
Shall we get going
Oh.
to the dream session? Make the most of our remaining time. Sable did ask how people feel about going over those who be here.
Yeah, but we're probably going to go over time with the dream magic sessions. But I'd very much like to finish off on that.
as long as it's not too much.
Already.
So, you kind of ask about you leaving the hot springs. You kind of rosy flushed. You can ask about dream sessions here. Let me switch to different elements here. One of the attendants responds with, very well then. Allow us to allow us a moment to let the Dreamweaver know that you wish to employ her services. Allow her time to prepare. It will take a moment. She kind of nods to you, disappears through a nearby door, leaving you in this sort of tranquil waiting area for a time. Take a seat on one of the plush chairs that take in your surroundings. The room is decorated in calming shades of blue and green. soft lighting and soothing instrumental music playing in the background. You notice the small sort of fountain in the corner of the room. The sound of trickling water adding to this peaceful ambience. And after what seems like a good few moments, maybe about 10-15 minutes, the attendant returns and sort of beckons you to follow. This way, please.
Okay.
And I'm assuming Vellum's also there as well.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Okay. So, you follow her down a long hallway, passing by several other private chambers, shrouded by curtains. You're able to see through some of them, Vellum, consider your perception here. So these curtains, through these curtains, that other guests are enjoying their own dream magic sessions. You can hear the soft murmur of voices and the occasional rustle of blankets as you walk by. You expect to hear snoring, but no such sound makes itself known. Eventually, the attendant stops in front of a wide series of curtains woven with vine-like fibres and adorned with deep purple flowers that seem to bloom as you approach. Beyond the veil, you can just see pitch darkness. The attendant sort of peeks her head in. Thalendra, your new clients are here to speak with you. The flowers curl up and the curtain itself seems to part all on its own. A sort of gentle, feminine voice can be heard from within. You may enter. It's almost calming and soothing.
And okay, we enter. At least I enter.
As you enter into the darkness, you feel like you're passing through a veil that is almost lifted away from your eyes, and you feel this sense of calm wash over you. And where once the room was darkness, the room is now dimly lit as you pass through that veil.
Oh, thank God.
With candles casting a soft, flickering light across the walls. The air is filled with a soothing aroma of lavender and other fragrant herbs, which seems to further enhance this serene atmosphere. The walls are adorned with intricate tapestries depicting various dreamscapes from rolling hills to star-filled skies. The centre of the room features a large circular mat made from woven grasses and plush cushions and pillows scattered throughout. The mat the mat itself is sort of surrounded by these small ornate tables holding various incense burners, crystals, and other seemingly magical tools. On the walls you see shelves lined with books on the art of dreaming, various dream-related artifacts such as dream catchers and crystals. As you kind of take a seat on one of the cushions, you notice the room seems to have this sort of soundproof quality, as the noises from the outside world seems to fade away. And from the shadows, a voice says, "You may leave us, Tila." The attendant nods and leaves. As Tila leaves, the room falls into this comfortable silence as you watch a figure emerge from the shadows in the corner of the room. You smell a mix of herbs and spices, but you can't quite identify them.
It's the assassin.
The figure is dressed in a flowing, loose-fitting robe adorned with small white poppies. "I am Thalendra. I'll be your dream weaver for this evening. The figure adjusts her footing, and I almost forgot. I imagine at the hearing of a dream therapy, Vadmir will probably be in attendance. She seems fairly curious about this as well.
That's fine. I figured either that or she'd go back with Liska or something.
Yeah. The figure adjusts her footing. As she moves, you hear the soft, what sounds like the soft clacking of hooves, and you catch a glimpse of a long, prehensile tail that reaches out to grasp a stick of incense from the shelf and sort of passes it to an opposite hand. It's you realise that she's a rare sight outside of her native forests and groves, but it's not impossible for a satyr to find work in broader civilization. As Thalendra stands before you, her fur a soft blend of pastel blues and purples, giving her this ethereal and almost otherworldly appearance. Her hair is this wild mess of dreadlocks and bedhead, just interspersed with white poppies that seem to have taken root within her tresses. And as she moves, her long prehensile tail kind of sways gently behind her, tip adorned with a tuft of fur that matches the rest of her coat. But it's Thalendra's horns that truly capture attention. These long, twisted and gnarled horns, like branches of an ancient tree. They appear to be made out of hard bone, but they're so intricately twisted and delicate. They almost seem like they could become easily tangled. Her eyes are a bright and vibrant pink, almost as if they've sort of lit from within, and her lids hang low, lending to a constant and sleepy look. Despite this, Thalendra's warm smile and inviting gesture to sort of beckon you to sit upon the mat before her.
Vichar goes to sit down.
Gives you a nod. The faint scent of spices mingling with that sweet aroma of poppies in her hair is something that you catch in your noses. It's Vadmir has this sort of beaming smile at the sight of another satyr. Oh, how long have you worked here? You've never seen another satyr before? Kind of chuckles softly at her words. Her eyes sort of still glowing brightly. A common remark. It's okay. I understand your sentiment. Well, as you know, we are a solitary people, but every now and then one of us ventures into the wider world to follow our Aramin. Just as the rest of you, calling in Trade Town.
Duchar knew what you meant.
Oh. You speak the Sylvan tongue.
And he switches to Sylvan, well-met traveler.
You see a sort of soft smile kind of creep across her sleepy face. Oh, have you heard of the Collings before?
Only in she's still saying this in Sylvan before switching back. Only in passing with my husband.
Ah, yes. Your husband is a satyr too.
That he is.
Well, we receive our calling, our Aramin, during our life dream when we are young. It is a our coming of age. My Aramin was to help those find meaning in their own dreams. And Javni is just kind of spouting questions left and right. How long have you worked here? Was it part of your Aramin to work at this fancy place? How old were you when you first found your Aramin? When will I find my Aramin? And she's just kind of excitedly asking all of these questions, as children are often what to do. And Thalendra's just smiling calmly through all of it, despite the exuberant atmosphere that Vladimir brings to the chamber. I'll answer all of your questions, but to tell you the truth, I am quite pleased to see a fellow kin too. But first, kind of pauses for a moment and kind of stirs a herbal concoction in a bowl in front of her before kind of dips in a small wooden spoon. Once again, that similar aroma of herbs and spices fills the room, making your head swim slightly. Let us find what troubles your friends first. Before we begin, I would like to ask you all a series of questions. If you feel comfortable with doing so, I would also suggest perhaps speaking about any answers you may give each other.
Okay.
My chambers are not a place of judgment. Everything here is confidential. What we speak and dream of here is between us. So, first of all, fairly simply, have you all been getting regular sleep? Looks between each of you.
Not restful, but regular.
Not much.
I see. And you? He kind of turns towards you, Angus.
I've been sleeping fairly regularly, somewhat well, except the sleep isn't very restful. I'm thinking.
Have you all been feeling particularly stressed or anxious lately?
Yes.
Yes.
I see. And have you experienced any major life changes recently?
Yeah, just looks up to the ceiling. Enough on just 3 times.
Wait, hang on, is Grongo attending?
He is on the list.
He is.
Well, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
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 Uses. Oh, you have a dog.
Oh fuck, I didn't.
Black Walker go first. It sleeps.
Hello.
I didn't prepare a Grongo daydream session.
Yeah, forgot he was.
I told you.
Was he on the list?
He is.
God,
Yeah, he's on the list.
And Jajar doing the next session.
Mind you, I forgot.
He's been on the list. You wrote him in.
Wrote the list.
Yeah, I did.
Get the dream done without taking too much time, so it's fine.
So what I'll probably do, we'll come to Gronko's dream next session, so that I actually have some time to prepare that.
That is
We start strong with Grunka and the dangers of prophecy of being the chosen one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his like granddad telling him like, "Oh, you are the chosen one." Oh, okay.
You're dreaming about your granddad giving you prophecies too?
Yeah.
Alrighty, that
Sounds just like me.
Start strong with Grunky next session.
Yes, we'll start strong.
Yeah,
with
makes
Grunker. Okay. So you're not being left out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of addresses all of you. Have any of you been experiencing any recurring dreams or nightmares? Have you had any particularly vivid or unusual dreams that have stuck with you?
Yes to all of the above.
Yes. Not a nightmare, but very vivid.
My dreams changed things. And yes. Do you ever dream that you're doing something and you wake up and you find you did it?
She gives you a perplexed look. That is very unusual.
Mine, I am choking on something like fumes, and it feels like I'm burning before I can reach a light.
Let's see. Have any of you tried any dream-related practices or techniques before, such as lucid dreaming or dream journaling?
I have not.
I got something of a dream journal.
I didn't know dream therapy existed until yesterday.
Well then, it shall be your first time. We shall start with you then. When did these nightmares begin for you, Velen? Was it immediately after some sort of traumatic event? Did it take time to manifest?
It began the first actual night's sleep I had, and I've been getting some kind of similar but different nightmare every night.
Can you describe this nightmare to me?
Velen visibly tenses, and almost like he's forcing the words out. The subject of my trauma, she is, most of the time I can't move, and I feel her hands around my neck. She's on me, strangling the life out of me, and I can't move, and all I can see is vague shape of her darkness and those piercing eyes, and so he gets quieter and quieter and retreats onto himself a bit.
Is this a reflection of what happened during some sort of traumatic event?
Not exactly to the latter, but the feeling is the same. Like I never left.
Is there any way you can describe this person in more detail?
There's a very shuddering inhale. In most of the dreams, she is a woman, humanoid, short dark hair. What I don't know how to describe her form. She sorry. I'm struggling to find the words.
In your own time.
She dresses herself like a form of nobility. Nice-ish clothes. I still hear the echo of the heels against the stone when I knew she was approaching. When the torture was coming.
Is this what the traumatic event was? Did she torture you?
He gives a slow nod.
Do you know her name?
There is another noticeable tense in his body. He's sort of retreated onto himself a little bit. A light hunch. Just he almost like bunches up. Do I have to say her name?
It would help, but if it is too much for you, we do not need to.
I'm sorry, not right now. Just thinking about saying her name is... I feel sick.
Of course. How do you feel about her now? Is there any anger, fear, or other emotions that you associate with her?
Fear. A lot of it. And I know she's not going to hurt me anymore, but there's still that feeling that she might just show up and I don't know what I'm gonna do. There's some part of me that feels pity and wants to understand why, but it's swallowed by all this fear.
You mentioned that you know that she's not going to come for you anymore. Is she still around?
No, not in any meaningful way. She is not a problem anymore.
Can you tell me more about these eyes that you mentioned? What significance do they hold for you?
They were piercing and had an air to them. I don't know. And a lot of times the last thing I would see before either closing my eyes to the horrors or passing out entirely was those eyes and that stare. Stare that doesn't stop.
Do these nightmares affect your daily life in any way? Do they cause distress or affect your ability to function?
I'm no stranger to working while tired, but it's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep, and I wake up in the night all the time, and I'm just drained throughout the day.
Have you spoken to anyone else about these dreams before this evening?
Once, I think, to a good friend, but when my awakening at night stopped being so audible, I left it as a... I don't know. I think I didn't want to face it, so I didn't talk any longer on it.
This person you talked with, how did they react and respond?
They were patient, understanding, as one could be about these things, and just reaffirmed the facts to me that it was just a nightmare, and it couldn't be real.
Nods. You said you felt an overwhelming fear at the eyes, at her presence. Would it be fair to say also helplessness?
He would nod.
It is clear that you are experiencing a lot of pain and trauma as a result of your past with this woman. It is understandable that your dreams are reflecting these experiences and calling to, perhaps causing you to feel helpless and paralyzed. However, it is important to remember that these are dreams and not reality, and you do have the power to overcome them. One thing that strikes me about your reoccurring nightmare is the theme of eyes in the dark. It could perhaps represent a fear of the unknown, feeling of being watched or hunted. May be helpful for you to confront this fear directly, perhaps through a visualization exercise with you. Imagine yourself standing up to her and asserting your power. Another aspect here stands out to me is the feeling of helplessness and paralysis. It might be a reflection of your trauma. The feeling of being unable to escape from her grasp. You mentioned the choking. That was an aspect I noticed. It is important. Go ahead.
No, he just agreed, that's right.
It is important to remember that you're not helpless. You have the power to control your dreams. One technique that may be helpful for you is lucid dreaming. That's where you become aware of your dreaming and can take control of it, change its course. It might be helpful for you to seek closure with this. Your former tormentor, let's say, and the trauma you experienced at her hands. Could involve seeking therapy or counseling or working through your emotions to develop coping strategies. It might also involve confronting whatever remains of her. But only if you can find a safe way to do so.
I understand. I don't know. Sorry, continue.
No, go on. This is your time.
I'm willing to try whatever can work. I need to be able to think and sleep and not be strung out all the time.
Remember, Velen, I believe it was?
That's right.
She nods. Clearly, you've all been sort of vetted beforehand. While your case is unique, there is support available to you, and you're stronger than you think. From what you've said, you have survived her torment. You can overcome these nightmares. We will come back to you shortly. This is merely a round of questions for everyone before we truly begin.
I understand. I'm gonna sit down. Alright.
Of course.
He will excuse himself to the side. Just sort of almost slump into whatever seating is available.
She turns her attention towards Deja this time. So what is this dream you speak of where you are choking? Please describe this to me.
He is very quiet. This is not the first dream, but the latest. I'm choking on what it feels like fumes and sand, and it burns.
Where are you in this dream?
The desert, but not some place I'm familiar with.
A place you're familiar with?
No, I've heard of the place, but I've never been there.
What place best describes this location in the dream?
The toxic desert, close to it's in between the Golden Expanse and Niobe.
Is the place you are describing the Sulphur Sea?
Yes.
You mentioned choking on sand. What else is happening in this dream?
A storm. An all-competent storm, and
Sandstorm.
there's a light, like a star, a golden star that I'm desperately trying to reach, but still weighed down by voices.
What are these voices saying, if anything?
I don't hear them, but I just hear things. I feel doubt. Like it's weighing me down. He's quiet at this, and hands are wrung together like he's scared.
How do you feel when you're in this dream, lost in this sandstorm? What emotions do you experience?
First, determination, then guilt, and deep sadness. Like the star, I feel confident to reach it, but every time I fail, I feel doubt. I could do better, but I'm not. Another failure.
You say doubt and failure. Do you feel as though you have failed something or someone? You doubt your abilities?
Not my abilities, it's I doubt where I'm going. I don't even know who I am anymore. I gave up so much and I have nothing left for myself.
How do you think you can move forward and find this path for yourself of true purpose? What steps do you think you can take to address your doubts and concerns?
He is very quiet for a minute. Talking to my darker self, the things I hate about myself.
Do you think there's any symbolic meaning behind the sandstorm or the fumes in your dream?
If there is, I'm at a loss. Hold on. I'm too hard on myself, I guess. That's my only solid guess.
Eyes kind of linger on you for a moment, and she sort of catches a glimpse of the holy symbol of El Shan around your neck. You mentioned a sun obscured by the sandstorm that you're trying to reach out for. Would your Alshamic faith have anything to do with it, do you think?
From a big part, yes.
And what would that be?
I am trying to follow the spirit of our tenants, not to the letter. I'm doing things unconventionally. I'm not devout. I'm not even a... God, this is hard and trade tongue. It sounds... True believer? No, I don't... I just need to find my own way. It just feels like I'm following a path laid out for me rather than one I choose for myself.
Do you feel as though you are to grow doubtful in your faith?
Sometimes. How can someone go through so much suffering and still be asked to do so much? It confuses me.
Do you feel any guilt for doubting your faith?
A little, yes, but I think it's just due to past actions.
Perhaps you feel guilt from these past actions then? Would that be fair?
He hasn't been looking at the Seder for a while when she was answering, and her eyes just lock on with hers. Yeah.
She gives you an understanding nod. How do your feelings about your faith and your purpose in life relate to your feelings of being lost in the dream? Do you think?
The only thing I can say is they weren't, from my understanding, for the right reasons. And whatever reasons those were, I just feel empty, no connection to them. Like, I know they're right. They were part of my culture where I lived, but I just, like, I'm missing something.
And I think to herself for a long, long moment. I think it's clear that from your dream, it's reflecting some very deep-seated fears and anxieties that you have been carrying with you for some time. In your dream, the sandstorm and sulfurous fumes choking you, the sunlight out of reach, seems to be representing the overwhelming sense of, I would be hesitant to say failure and guilt. Perhaps a feeling of being lost without direction. The fact that you perhaps are unable to find your way through the storm is also indicative of a feeling of helplessness. Would that be fair?
There's a very slow nod.
Perhaps your dream seems to represent, or at least presenting, an opportunity for growth and self-reflection. It's... You mentioned perhaps you're being too hard on yourself. It's okay to ask for help, to recognize one's own limitations. It might also be highlighting the importance of living in the present moment, of being a guide. Could be an opportunity for you to explore a new path. One that allows you to be more present and engaged in the world around you. Rather than having to worry about what might happen or could happen. These are patterns I've seen in many dreams. In terms of your faith, it's normal to question it from time to time, especially when we're going through difficult times. However, it is important to remember that faith can also be a source of strength and comfort, and it can help guide you towards your true purpose. One thing I might try doing is focusing on your breathing and practicing mindfulness techniques. This can help you stay present in the moment and reduce feelings of anxiety and stress. Additionally, you might try speaking with a trusted friend or counselor about these dreams, these feelings, these experiences. It can help you process and work through them in a healthy way. Your dream is just one manifestation of your innermost thoughts and feelings, Tajar. Tajar, am I pronouncing that right?
Yes.
She nods. It's up to you, Tajar, to take what you've learned from it and use it to guide you towards a more fulfilling and meaningful life.
Okay. Okay.
We will come back to you in a moment. And with that, she turns towards Angus this time. Now, Angus, is that right?
Aye, that's me.
Angus, could you please describe to me your dreams?
I dream of a lake of molten iron, the bottom of a pit, with an endless sky of orange haze. I stand upon the shore with my hammer, and in front of me a plinth with a rune, ancient, from family to legacy, many more meanings. As I strike the runes from it. Oh, sorry. As I strike the runes from it, a new isle rises upon the sea. I stand there nude as could be, and on each side is a statue, a person, a family, mother and father, and theirs, and so on as I go down. Every time I strike a rune, I see the story of their life and how they came to be and made those before them. And off in the distance, an unrecognizable figure, but distinctly one that is sitting and watching upon a vast throne, eyeing me. I strike these runes and I go about, and eventually I fail, and I cannot move, as instead of raising up a new isle to walk upon and see more of the story, some cavernous roof above me falls, and I cannot run, as from my feet up I turn into silver, solid feeling but unmoving as everything crumbles and I fall into the magma. The brightness turns to dark and I see a ring of silver with emeralds twisting in front of me until it rots away. And that's just a nice dream.
You mentioned magma and cavernous walls. Is this a magma chamber?
Right. I'm inside some giant subterranean chamber. It's as if you're in a room, but also on an endless lake.
What do you feel when you first enter this magma chamber in your dream? What emotions come up for you?
Awe. Curiosity. Surprisingly, at first, it was comfort. It was warm, despite being scalding. Despite being nude, I wasn't boiling. It was comfortable and nice, and it was a place to explore. And then it became overwhelming, perhaps. Judgmental. It no longer was a place to explore, but a place of passing that judgment, and I suddenly had to perform to meet some expectation. It brought nervousness.
Can you describe the figure on the throne? How does that make you feel?
He pauses. No, I can't. I can't see them. I don't know them. I can see that it's someone upon a throne, but I cannot see anything about them. It's as if through the fog of the magma, through the smoke and the haze, everything is lost, but a form leaning forward in a judgmental stare.
Interesting. Seems to mentally take note of that. What do you think these runes you have to strike represent? What do they symbolize for you? Both literally and metaphorically.
The first was family, and then it became legacy, and then it was betrayal, and then I passed out. So literally that's what the runes meant, but metaphorically they represent something that happened in time with my family, with my lineage. It's like a chapter of a book. And it's like I'm reading it backwards. From the end of the story, me trying to go backwards to find the start of it.
These statues rising up with each platform. Are these statues of your ancestors? Is that what I'm getting?
Aye, they are. Recognisably so, at least for the ones I've seen.
Now, what do they mean to you?
I don't know. I always just took it as, oh, that's just, that's just my granddad. Or like, I always took it as literal. I think halflings have a family tree, but for us it's like following the roots of a chasm. Just took that as what it was.
See. And you mentioned that they rise up from this lake of iron?
Maybe.
What do you think that lake represents in your dream? What might it represent in your waking life?
That makes me think of potential. As long as I've got metal, I can make or do just about anything. It's my blessing. And here I have an endless supply, and I make the most important thing. Family.
Can you describe how you feel when you see these statues of your ancestors in your dream?
Happy, or sentimental, curious about who they were, and that curiosity tends to be answered right quick. Reverence, that's a good word for it. I feel lots of reverence to him. Even if it's just a dream or just a statue, you know, he's begin, you know.
Do you feel connected to your ancestors when you see them?
I do. Oh, I do. I've learned about people I didn't even know that I had. People that weren't part of my clan or they didn't talk about because of feuds and the like, right? I talked to a friend and he got some history and found out it was true. And then when I need help, I ask them and they're there. If I didn't have the dreams, I wouldn't know them and they wouldn't come help me.
So how do you gain this knowledge of them through your dream?
It's like I have another dream or a memory. I'm in one part the person and another part an observer. It's like I'm stepping back outside of myself as myself is them. So I observe them while experiencing them as them. It's a very... what's the trade term? Beyond real.
Can you tell me about any of your ancestors that particularly stand out?
I can. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me get the notes. And he's gonna rifle to his side, and he's going to get his family ledger. So here's the ones that I've got so far. Let's see. The one that first sticks out to me, is probably Bayrock, a lad from Clan Burek. It's actually a couple 100 years ago, and he was a man from across the valley, one that we tend to come to blows with. And it was amazing to me that my lineage goes back to the point of one of our greatest rivalries. And at that point, he and Igna like each other so much, they turned their backs on their clans. As he whispers that and covers his hand with a mouth. To be together. And it was the mark of betrayal, but it led to legacy. So, I don't know. I mean, they're family nonetheless, but it's a very unusual situation, you know?
Are there any others that stand out to you?
kind of goes and he has a long stare. I had some. Wasn't a dream, but it was as if it was a dream, it was a vision. I don't know if it's the same, but there are some ancestors I care a lot about that are very important. Like Oldmar, Ordra. They've left me something very difficult to deal with. And now, though it's not these same kinds of dreams at Magma, I've been having restless nights dreaming about it. And he absent-mindedly fiddles with a bare ring finger.
You mentioned that this Oldmar and Modra have left something for you. Consider. Would you be comfortable talking about that here?
I would. Came here because I need help. It's uncomfortable. I don't want to do it, but I need to do it. Gonna do it. As he's kind of like psyching himself up about it. I was left a cursed ring. It was worn by a king of my people. It was so hated. They tried to strike him away from every mention of history they could. And I had to wear it for a while. It left me changed. As he sort of is unfocusing and staring a bit further off.
It's okay if you take your time. My den is a judgment-free place. Everything that is said here stays with me.
Are we all in the same room together?
Yep, Vladimir, Grunker, you, Sayun, and...
You mean Dejar and
I'm not
sorry,
there, I'm
sorry,
fucking
Dejar,
back.
not Sayun.
He's gonna glance to Vellum a little bit. He does a little head turn and side eye. I don't know. I know you won't judge, but maybe there's some things I shouldn't say, as other people may judge. And just unsure.
Very well. Do you feel like your dream and your ancestors' stories have any message or lesson for you?
I do. They've really tried to guide me on a better path, I think, and they're giving me lessons I need to know. The time I wore that ring, I couldn't strike my runes. And as I tried to go back onto my path, see my family and my history, they were devoured. Ate them, spread like a tumorous maw, consumed everything. See? That's when I knew that I couldn't keep wearing that ring. He also showed me how to fix it. And I did. Hasn't been done probably 600 years. Don't know how to feel about that either.
She kind of thinks to herself for a very, very long moment. Your dream, Angus, is unique. There are very few who have seen me who describe dreams that sound this divine in origin. It sounds like a very powerful and important dream.
It's weird because sometimes I have questions, and then when I dream, I see the ancestors. I see them, and the answer. They're there.
Indeed, in my experience, dreams can often carry deep meaning and serve as messages or guidance from higher powers. Your dream certainly seems to be a sign of a deep connection to your ancestral roots and lineage. Perhaps your ancestors are trying to communicate something important or to guide you on your journey.
I'd believe it.
To me,
what does it mean? Oh, let me listen first.
To me, it seems that the rising platforms and the statues of your ancestors may symbolize the steps you need to take to connect with your roots and discover the truth about your family history. It's a figure on the throne. It might represent an important figure or entity that you need to connect with or uncover. It's also possible that the statue represents a challenge or an obstacle that you need to overcome in order to gain access to deeper knowledge or power.
Can you help me remember the last dream I had? I started to dream about something. I started to see them, but then everything just became teeth and pain, and I didn't want it. And it hurt for the first time. I remember the heat as I jumped in the magma because I wanted it to end. And it didn't until it got me. And now I can't remember the runes I struck or what I rose. All I see is I look behind and everything was just spreading tendrils and teeth. Like, I knew I struck something, but I can't remember anything other than wanting to kill myself, and that is not very helpful, because I didn't want that to be what happened to them because of me. I want to be shameful.
It is okay, Angus. I can help you. Though the rest you must do on your own. I would probably suggest delving deeper into your family's history and exploring any connections to this figure on the throne. Might also be helpful to consult with other members of your family or seek guidance from Dwarven scholars or experts on the subject. A satyr can only highlight so much of Dwarven history.
You know what you learn, and we aren't fond of telling stories to strangers, so I don't blame you.
Indeed. Of course, continue to pay close attention to your dreams. Any messages they may hold will be important.
Oh, I know they will.
He gives you a nod. Right, I believe we have a good starting point here. And Thalendra gestures towards the bowl filled with a blend of mysterious herbs and spices. This is a blend of dream thistle and leyroot, gathered from my home on my Aramin. It's a potent concoction that has the power to unlock the secrets of the mind, help you see the world in a new way. Are we all ready to begin?
Right.
Ready as
All
all.
the path is forward.
And with a small magical flicker of firelight at her fingertip, Thalendra touches the mixture of the bowl and it begins to slowly burn, producing flickering embers like a dying campfire. A faint plume of emerald smoke rises from it. Now, before you delve into your dreams, remember what I said. Let's also start by practicing some deep breathing techniques. Lay on your backs, focus on your breathing. She takes a deep breath in through her nose, out through her mouth, demonstrating the technique. Encourages you all to follow the lead. Inhaling, exhaling, in a slow, rhythmic pattern. In and out. In and out. She continues, her voice calming and smooth. There's the two remaining of you awake. Focus on your breathing. You feel yourselves relaxing into this trance-like state. In and out. In and out. You find yourselves falling. Vertigo and dizziness take over. And then finally, darkness. We'll come back to that next session.
Okie dokie.
Oh, howdy.
Sorry, that took a bit longer than intended, about an hour over.
Yeah.
But lots of trauma to dump.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to stop recording in 3, 2,